Good evening, guys. How are you all doing? I just need to get something to drink. So, tonight is Friday and Blender live stream. Not that that happens every Friday, but I haven't done a Blender stream in quite a while, and I figured it could be fun to go and do a little bit of Blender. The plan today is to try to begin to do a shader for a Majestic class Interdictor. If you're not familiar with it, that is the Imperial capital ship from Elite Dangerous. Absolutely gorgeous ship, lots and lots of details. I don't think we're gonna be able to finish it completely today, most likely not, but I did do one for the Beluga liner in the past, which came out really well. But one thing I think I want to try this time around is, instead of just working area by area, I think I will try to start by working more in like a detailed scale level. So we're going to start with like big scale items, get those in place, and then slowly work us down to smaller and smaller items, and kind of like change the workflow up a little bit, so we can start up with the big scale details and then slowly work our way down. I think what we'll do is basically we'll just jump in and take a look. Right now I'm actually in game. This is not Blender, obviously. This is Elite Dangerous. But I'm in game because I'm moving my carrier over to a place where I know there is a Majestic class Interdictor docked. Because we need a reference model. And yeah, so I'm just moving my carrier around so we have an in-game. It's actually Ball, B-A-A-L. There's one there too. I hope I picked the right station. There's multiple in system. Can show it to you here. So there should be one in Ball, B-A-A-L, right up here. It's not too far, like there, bottom of Imperial space, pretty close to where I was. So I just decided to jump here. But as you can see, there are multiple stations. I know they're docked around some of the larger stations, but there are 4 of them. I think it's that one. It might be that one, but those two are so close to each other that it doesn't really matter. If it's out here, I'm gonna move my carrier again. Or maybe fly out there manually, I don't know. Yes, exactly. I thought that's a goal as well. Anyway, let's jump into Blender. Let's get rid of that. Now, I actually have 2 models. I get these models, by the way, in case you ask. I get these off like Thingiverse, places like that, where people upload them. And I found 2, both one that just has the Majestic, and then one that came with both the full model in one piece, and also came with the front rear split up so you can print it in, because they're designed to be printed, right? So you can like split them up in 2 and print them individually. But I've imported both models, as you can see here. That is the first one, that is the second one. And I just want to go over the models to start with, just to begin to get a feeling, because I'm not sure, I think I'm going to use the second one, but I just want to begin to look over them, because this was the original one I got, and after I began here before the stream sitting looking at the model, I realized it has a lot of problems. So you can see here, just around the edge here, there's like open gaps in the model there. The whole inner ring is missing. I don't know why. That is just gone. And Ross, this is how you do 3D renders. I'll show you another project here before we start. Another problem with this model is, look at that, the engines are just outright missing, and down with these engines, even like big gaping holes in the model. I can look inside the interior of the model. And I also noticed stuff like that little front ramp there. There's no back end to that. That is just, yeah. So there's a lot of stuff missing, but if we take a look at the other model, for instance, this one, first of all, it's a lot more complete model. As we can see, it has all the backdrop there, it has the inner ring, It even has the engines correctly positioned, so we don't have to go and model those. These are all there already. And the only problem with it is if we take a look at just like the front here, and we go into edit mode, we can kind of begin to look at like the number of vertices here. But comparing that to the other model, we can see on these curves here, this is a lot higher poly model. Also notice things like these arches here are open on this model. I believe they're closed on this one. So we'll have to go in game and see what they're actually like in game, and we might have to remodel that. And then also noticed some other things like these things here along the side. We take a look at these. We can see here on model 1, for the first of all, a lot of details are missing here, but these are relatively okay looking compared to these that are quite jagged and doesn't look that well. So either we have to go in and completely remodel these areas, get rid of these completely and just build new ones. But on the other hand, it has all the details up here that we don't get on the second model. So I think I'm gonna go with the second model. I think it's a better place to start. We might have to do a little bit of work on it. What will it do with the finished model? I don't know. Right now I'm just making stuff for fun because I think it's interesting. But we'll see where it goes. But I think I'm gonna go with the second model because it's a more complete model, even though it does have have you done much of this modeling? The modeling I haven't done myself. I just got it off Thingiverse. But for those of you interested, I think I'm going to go with the second model. We're just going to save this project. I just want to show you the beluga liner I did. Where is the beluga? Beluga liner. There we go. Just open that up. Here we go. Jump out of camera mode. So this is, this is obviously a beluga, and this one is like, first of all, notice a lot more smooth looking because I've done a lot of shading on it, or like smoothing of the model, that kind of stuff. And if we just go into to render view here, you can see this, and this is an Eevee right now even. I should look at that. That came out, that started as the other model, as the Interdictor we just looked at, where it was basically just a blank model that looked like that. And then I've been working on it, and added all these small details like the engines and gave them colors and like added light to the engine parts. And when you render it out, you can actually see the progress here. This was day 1, and you can see here on day 2, first of all, I made the model itself a lot less metallic looking, a little more like painted. I began to get some lights in. I got all these oh, there we go, all these pin lights in. Day 3, I began to work on some of the details up here on the top, where I got these things in here called the pin lights in there. And this is the end of the day. I have a fleet carrier jumping here in the background, as you can probably hear. I worked in the rear on that day, and then finally I ended up making a little animation, as you can see here. If it will play, there we go. Just a camera orbiting around the ship, basically. And we get down and we can see all the light that I added on the bottom as well. But this was about 4 days of my life. But I think it came out pretty well. And I ended up making it into like using the model in a little spacescaping ice planet. I think this one. Yeah, that one was what I ended up using the model for. So I took and I built this whole little landscape. I added the water in and the beluga and all that kind of that kind of thing. And of course, if any of you are interested in any of the Blender files or the models, that kind of stuff, I'm more than happy to share them with you in, just come by Discord. We have a Blender channel and ping me there or something like that. So for those of you who ask when you do these kind of things, these are all made in stuff like Blender. It does look awesome, doesn't it? And like the reflection of everything and the mountains, I think, came out really, really well. So the plan is that we're basically starting now from scratch with a blank canvas, as we have here, and we're gonna begin making that look awesome as well. And as you said, we're gonna first of all take that first model. We're gonna get rid of that. So we just have this second interdictor because that's the one we'll be working with for today's model. So let's just start by going in game. And let's see if we can find it in game so we have a reference we can actually go and look at. Yeah, the Majestic is a wonderful ship. It looks so great. One of the ideas I had with it, and again, I'm not really planning to use it for anything massive, it's just for fun, it's just like small, because I love Elite fan-made projects. One of the plans I had, ring panel launch tube. So I've made this, I've been animating this launch tube in Blender as well. As you can see here, we just open up that project. So I basically just animated a long launch tube, and it's really nothing fancy. It's just a tube, and I added in some lights in there and a rail down the center. And the idea was to take this launch tube and then embed it into exactly like so basically take this launch tube, then embed it in somewhere on the carrier. I was thinking either the end of that one or the end of this tunnel here, kind of like embed that in there. And then get a smaller, like, been considering like either a fighter or an Imperial Eagle or something like that, and then do a little animation of the Eagle just being launched out of the tube down the rails, and then coming out to like a fight scene, and then pan the camera around so you can see the interdictor and everything. I think it would look great. I think it would be wonderful. It's going to be a lot of work because not only do I need to model the whole interdictor that we're working on now, I need to get a ship that's actually going to be launched, need to get that out, and I need to model enough ships that I can make a convincing battle scene, and then all that stuff needs to be animated, and it's going to take forever. So that is like a project that's going to take me forever. But for now, let's just go and let's see if we can find ourselves an interdictor. Again, guys, the model we're looking at now, I have not modeled that. That is just something I got off Thingiverse. So the modeling I've not done. With the beluga and all that stuff, I've just done the shaping and the shading on it to like basically just paint colors on it to make it look like it's an actual ship. So this one has a military installation, so I wonder if it... Oh, this is this one. Okay, good. I think this might actually be it, because there's a military installation next to it. Nested under the station. So I think this might be... this might be it. Yeah, just to be absolutely sure, of course, all these models, of course, Frontier, of course, 100% owns the legal rights to them. And I'm not planning to do anything. This is with that intended to make money. This is purely just for like fan creations, just as I do guides and tutorials and make videos. I just feel like it's fun to do these kind of things, to make some pretty screenshots. Yeah, it's just fan art, that kind of thing. And help promote the game, hopefully. We're not really... Right now we're just looking at any station with a Majestic outside, which I think this station might have one. Yep. That's the Majestic, alright. And the lights are on. And looks like we're unlocked with the lighting, because we have a lot of light here on the top, and we have the sun that should give us some light on the bottom. Now this is obviously a damaged ship, so it will look a little more... like... oh. And obviously we're not gonna model all the damage scars on it. Okay. There's actually quite a lot of blue on this. But let's just get the free camera out and begin to look. So the first thing I want to see was these arches here. So you can see here, these arches, they are open, which they are not on our model right now. And another thing I noticed is that the model is kind of tiled, if you look at it. Like, there's like this tiled texture on it. I'm not sure how we're gonna make that. But that's not gonna be, that's a very small detail. We can go back and we can tile that later and kind of figure out how we do that. We might be able to just get like a random tiling and then to put that in as like a normal map to kind of give it a little bit of looking like it's actual tiles. There's also stuff like adding in an Imperial decal here. But I think the first thing I want to do is I just want to get some rough colors in. But as soon as we have the tiling done, we can begin to have the colors done. We can begin to up the detail level afterwards. So I think the first thing I want to do, I just want to have a look at these things down here at the side. Where were they? These. Okay, they're relatively straightforward too, it seems. But I think the first thing I want to do is to get these arches here opened up and see if we can't get these a little bit more accurate. I think that would be a nice place to start. And, oh, this is, by the way, you can make a cool shot out of this. Look at that. With the station. Let me see if I can find, like, a platform we can... It kind of looks like we're standing out here. This really gives you a sense of scale. Where's the station? Hold on. There's the station. I kind of want the station in view. So I should be like out here, way out here. Look at this for a shot. And in here, all kinds of things are going on too. These are actually just glass panels. That is a little weird. That this is just glass in here. But okay. I think the first thing we'll do is we'll get the model remodeled around these arches here. So let's start by doing that. So let's jump back into Blender. And actually, you know what? The first thing we're gonna do is take this. There. Go into surface mode, select all. And then go shade smooth. And then go in here to our material, go normals, and give it a 30 degree before we shade smooth, like so. That already should smooth out a lot of the roughness of the model. So it already now should look a lot better, especially around these kind of things here. We see already the model, just by adding a shade smoothing on it, or smooth shading on it, already added a lot. But that's not what we're doing right now. Right now we are gonna go and we're gonna get this camera placed right, so we can kinda begin to work on this area here. First order of business would be to basically just take all these faces here. We already in face select mode, so just take all these faces here and there, and delete faces. That's open up the model, of course. We can do the same thing on the other side, just to kind of get rid of these. There we go. And X, and get those faces out of the way. So next step would be to get a floor in there. So let's go to vertices select mode and just select all the vertices along the edge here. Is this completely flat? This looks completely flat to me. Is there any details in there? Like, is there any color difference? There is color difference in there, ain't there? So we kind of need to try and see if we can match that line. So there's like a line there. It's going straight across. Almost. Okay, let's see what we can do. So it goes from the back. At the back, it kind of starts out. So we're gonna make a, basically take this line here and we're gonna connect it up to this line here and add a face there. And then I'm gonna take this square here and add a face to that. So that's going to be our curve. We're going to curve that later. Face on there. And a face on there. I think that is gonna... Is that gonna do it? Almost. We have a little bit extra here we need to deal with as well. Face on there. And basically what you can do now is just to begin to we need to sub. So the problem is right now I need to try to make this a... I'm gonna subdivide that one into two so we have an extra square there, so that I can go and then select this edge here and just begin to slowly work my way around this inner loop here. We don't have to be super accurate with this because it is a relatively simple area that not a lot is going to see, so we can kind of afford to be a little bit. But this is going to be okay, I think. When we go out of this mode and look in, that arch, that's definitely going to sell the illusion that that's open. Well, it is open, I guess. It's not really an illusion, is it? But it's definitely going to look better than it did before. So basically just walk around, adding faces to it, slowly building up that arch in there. Very welcome, Tom. There's still a lot of open area here, but I guess that should actually be that. Okay, let's get inside here. Let's begin to work in here. I wish I could have a... Hold on. I gotta put my viewer down to 25. This gives me a much wider angle to view with. So we have one here. Is that the one I connected up already? No. That one connects to that one there. And then we have this one connecting up to this one. And then hopefully there's just one left over here. Otherwise I messed something up, which I think I did. So nobody's gonna see this, but this is gonna be an ugly face that kind of has 5 corners. Don't tell anyone. We made a sin. But going out of shade mode, I think that kind of sells the illusion. What I want to do now is just get a little bit of, like, curve on these. Not a whole lot, but just enough that I can take these, subdivide them. And then take those two there, and then grab and move these over just like a little bit, so like that. Okay, I think that should do it. Now we have the option to come in here and move out, and it's kind of gonna look like a curve a little bit. Not gonna be super accurate, but it's gonna be accurate enough for what we're doing. Okay. Rinse and repeat. Was this the side we already done? No, that's the side we're working on. Perfect. Rinse and repeat over here. Get the camera in position. Get this into face select mode. And then let's just get rid of all these faces that we don't... Oops, that's too much. Same thing here on the back. Get rid of all those faces. Delete faces. There we go. Hello, Nap. How are you doing? Okay. Beautiful. So, now it's just a question of going back into vertices select and begin building up this area again. We're just gonna once again go around here, and we're gonna get that big area in there. Gonna get that thin piece in that we also had before. Is that the right note? It wasn't. It was something in the front. That would be a weird face. And then just finish up this face here. Nice. We got that. And edge select those edges there, subdivide it. Oh, hold on, that's not right. I messed that up. I got too many edges. There we go. Those two. Subdivide them. Vertices select mode. Grab X. And just move those slightly over. Just so that it's not a complete straight line. But it kind of sells the illusion of the curve that we already have here. Kind of continues in there. I think that one there looks great. So now we just have to basically build up the rest of this side of the model here. Oh, did I get those right? Feels like I did. Okay. Thought I messed that up. Slowly build up that arch. This is not the most interesting part of shading. This is not even shading, this is actually modeling. I feel like this is off. Yeah, this is off. What's not right here? That face is off as well. Face select, let's get rid of that. That face is wrong. We already, hold on. That face is wrong too. And that means that this face is also wrong. All these faces are wrong because, there's two over there. Right, so you can see what we have to build here is that. If we kind of look, if we follow the lines through the model, then we need a face there. And we need a face. Need a face there. And there. And then we have this weird thing, so we're just gonna go again, edge select and subdivide. Vertices select. And then pick up all of these. Face. And face. Perfect. Now we're back on track with all the right vertices again. So select the corners of where the face should be. F. Very atmospheric with the elite in the background there. Is that a hole inside? Where? Left of the arch? Yeah, there's still an opening. I don't think there's any holes in the model. Now, apart from the obvious hole right here that I haven't closed up yet. But I'm going to now. Oh, what's going on over here? All right. No, there is actually a little edge there. So that is fine. Oh, no, what happened there? That one, that one, that one, and that one. Does this show as okay? Face. Face. And are we gonna, what's going on here? Yeah, okay, so here we have another one of those where we're just gonna cheat a little bit, knowingly, but nobody's gonna notice that. Okay, we now have arches. Look at that, beautiful. Okay, let's begin to get some colors on this thing. I feel like we're gonna set up the renderer first. Before we do that, let's just go ahead and add some lighting. I'm just going to add a sun lamp. I'm just going to grab set sun lamp. I'm going to move set sun lamp. And we're just going to say the sun lamp is kind of going to be pointing. Yeah, let's say like that. Should be fine. And like that. So it kind of comes in from the side. We have that to work with. Like so. We're gonna set up the renderer. We're gonna do this in cycles. Gonna set this up to GPU rendering. We're just gonna do 128 to start with. That is fine. Remember to save from time to time. We're gonna go in here to compositing, and we're gonna click use nodes, and I'm gonna add a quick denoiser, just plug that in there, go back to the layout. Camera is probably all over the place, so we're gonna go and move the camera a bit. Okay, so the camera has some clipping issues. So we're gonna click the camera here, and in the camera settings over here, we're gonna extend the end clipping to 10 kilometers, like so. There we go. Now the camera doesn't have clipping issues. So let's do just a quick render without any shading on it at all. Did you post the rendered beluga? Yes, I did post it around. I posted on Discord. I can't remember. I can post it on Discord if people want the file. I don't think I posted the Blender file, but if people want it, just get in touch with me and I'll get that for you. Okay, and there's no shading on this at all. I just want to see the lighting, how that looks. That looks fine, I think. I think this is a good starting point. So now let's begin to get some colors on this. So, okay, what I want to do now, if we go in game again, is, again, we talked about this tiling. I don't want to work on that now. I'm going to do that later. To start with, I'm just going to get the colors kind of right. And I can already now see we're going to need some gray body panels. We're going to need white body panels. And we're going to need this, like, sanded blue body panels as well. And I just want to begin to get those body panels in the right places, so that kind of begins to feel right. Because I feel like, again, I want to try to work with like large scale details, and then slowly we're gonna work our way down. There's lots of details in here. Like there's gonna be a door at the end there. Look at that door. There's gonna be some lighting in here. All kinds of cool stuff. But so I'm just gonna see if I can find the sun. Where is that? This up below us, right? Oh, there's another one over here. Look at that. It's the same, but no, I just want to go and see this in direct sunlight. Just to kind of get a feeling for like the reflection of this. You can see it's very matte. There's almost no reflection on the surface of this. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take this. I'm gonna go face select. Gonna select all faces, and we're just gonna take the default material. We're gonna rename this to body white. Then we're just gonna make it not like 100% white, but like not gray either. But it shouldn't be like pure white. It must have a little bit of color in it, a little bit of gray in it. And I want to pull the metallic feel of it up a little bit, maybe just like a half, not too much, and the roughness up to a half maybe as well, just to kind of get a feeling for. See, I feel like this is too shiny now, so we definitely need more roughness. So let's go 0.75. Also feel like it's too gray. I want this to be even more white. So I think we're gonna pull the metallic feel of it down a little bit. You can also just go into material view. Also a great way to look at it. Yeah, I know I can go into the shading workspace, but right now I'm just doing some very rough colors on it, and then we're gonna just get the colors in the right positions, and then we're gonna begin to like detail them a little bit more later. But for now, I just want to have something that looks kind of ish in the right. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna go into my world shading. And just change my world background color to black, like so. So let's just go in and see that. See, it still looks gray for some reason. I'm not really sure why it looks so gray in the renders. What color is the sun lamp? color is pure white. So that's not the problem in the material view here, but in the rendered view, it looks a lot more gray. How does it look in Eevee? Also gray. Do this in cycles again. There has been a side, right? Yeah, because we saw it change as we changed the... so that just makes it looks... Yeah. Let's just put them at that one there again. Roughness, it shouldn't be that rough. I want to have a little bit of shine in it. And in order to pull the tint down to like 0.1. Okay, it's getting there. It's still a little on the gray side. We'll fix that later. Gotta make a new material, and we're gonna call this one body gray, because there was some gray panels, and we're gonna make a body blue. Blue panels. Okay. Oh, hold on. Know what I should have done? Yeah, okay. We'll just set those up there. Then we have them at 225. I just want to have these at the same values, and just change the colors. Again, we're going to change. And then the tint was just 0.1. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we can add a space HDR, but that's not important right now. We're not right. I mean, the background will fix all that stuff. That's way later. Okay, now we just have the gray tint. We're just gonna take this. We're gonna look in game how gray. You know, like a pretty light gray. So I'm just gonna pull this down to like there, I feel like. And for the blue one, it was like a really dusted blue color. So I'm gonna go over. It was relatively light as well. That's too purple right now. Kind of like that, I feel like it's a decent... Still a little bit too purple, I think. Oh yeah, there we go. That's pretty good. I like that one. Okay, back to material view, so we don't have to constantly render it. And then we just want to begin to get that blue color in. Let's just start on the nose, basically. We have one where there's actually some light on the nose of the ship. Or is they all... This one has some light on the nose. Okay, so the blue kind of has like an edge around that little area there. And it goes down the sides as well. So, let's move out there. Most of the time these models already have areas that are kind of shaded for it. So, that makes my life a lot easier. So, it's basically like this area here. And here, all the way down the side. All this is blue, right? And then coming out to like a smooth edge like that, right? Oh, it's actually also the other side. It's all the way back to after the thrusters before it fans out, and that little... Does it go all the way up to these? Yes, it does. So it's actually this area here too is blue. This is blue, this is blue. I'm just gonna color everything here blue in this general area. I'm just gonna try to avoid coloring in something. Basically just, this is like coloring books in kindergarten. Just stay within the lines. What about these bays there? Are those just blue as well? Yeah, okay, they're just indents, but they're still just the same blue as everything else. There we go. Okay, and this continues all the way. It's on the edge and it's also down along the side. We're gonna go and do the sides in a second. And there's no gap around these at all. There is a little edge around them. Okay, good to know. And there's also those things there, the little like, whatever those are. We're gonna look at those, say, lights or something like accent lighting. We're gonna try to avoid those if they are on the model. I'm not sure if they are. They are. You can see them there. We have to try to avoid those, but that should be easy enough. So we're gonna take that, all of this, and this, and this, and like so, and do the same thing on the other side. Oh, this is very small. Okay, like so. And that area there. And there. Did I get that over there on the other side? I don't think I did. Nope, I didn't. Need to walk down this side here as well. Okay. So far, so good. Now, how do we do the front here? We couldn't quite see the front of this because it's all the way up against that. But I'm just gonna make a decision and say, okay, so the blue goes... It's kind of like an edge before it goes gray, so that's that edge there. So that means the blue area must be this and this. Right? All this is blue. And how does this go down? It just follows that line all the way down until it meets with that down at the end, basically. So that's going to be interesting, because there's this little tick there. We're going to fix that in a second. All the way down until we meet up with it there. Okay. We probably have similar issues over here on the other side. Did we get the edge? Yes, we did. So just select down the side of the model. We're going to fix that little area there in a second. Until we meet up with it down there. Okay, nice. Now we kind of have some like... Where are these? Some that goes down, like go forward. So basically, how many are there of them? 1, 2, 3. So that would be 1. Ah! Now I see. That one, and that one. So we don't have to fix it. There we go. That's just the model. Okay. That one. Oh. Have they not made it over here? Oh, I also went a little bit too far there. deselect that. They're also pointing forward on this side, right? Yeah. Oh, hold on. So that... Ah, because this one's pointing backwards. Hold on, this is all wrong. This is why it doesn't make sense. It's that one, and that one? No. Hold on. I'm sure it's that one. So back here they start like out from next to that one. So that means it can't be this. So it must be this, this, and the last one, the rearmost one, is all the most where this arch begins. But that would mean that it is this one. But it has to be that one. There's something here that doesn't make sense. Hold on, this one's not in the same location, is it? That one is pointing up towards the second of those. Ah, and here it pointed up to the first one. Hold on. It's not symmetrical. God damn it. Okay, but I think we have this one. So we should have one starting there and going forward. Yes, we do. And we have one starting there going backwards. Where there... Ah, come on. There, going backwards to the second one. There, going, yeah, going that one. So it's this one we're missing. Okay, let's just start by getting the blue colors assigned. So we have that done for now. I'll just look in rendered view. Again, this is it looks too much painted on, but again, we haven't done a lot of texturing on it yet. Let's go, whoops, go back to material view. Okay, we have to fix some things here. So look at this. This is all off. Where are they in game? This is a royal mess. I don't know how to fix this, to be honest. Because in-game, another thing I also noticed in-game is they all have this little, like, these are actually slightly further out. Whereas on the model here, they are not. So there's like, all of this is like a little bit of an edge. But we can always fix that once we get these tabs in place. Yeah, you're probably right. That's Yeah, that's actually, Peter, that's a really good idea. That's what we're gonna do, is go out of edit mode. We're gonna add a plane. And we're just gonna grab this. Plane's gonna be tiny. Then we're gonna rotate the plane around the x-axis by 90. And we're gonna scale this plane up. Like so. And then we're just gonna basically see where the front one stops. So the front one is like... Yeah, I should take like reference pictures and put them in there, right? But... I feel like that is actually okay positioned. So I'm just gonna take this. I'm gonna move this in until that kind of lines up with there. And then we're gonna jump over here and say, then we need one there as well. So that would actually mean that these... Okay, let's just get that colored back to white body panels. So from that, we would indicate that these there should be blue. Right? So now those line up. We need one there. See, there's not really anything there. We have that line there we can kind of work with. So, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna take this plane here. And say it's gonna start there, basically. Okay, so we have that and that. Oh, okay, you know what all we really have to do then is just take those two planes and hide those. And then we're just gonna go here, click there. Actually, no, we're gonna click K, and then we're just gonna draw a line there. Boom. And then just gonna color that blue. Yes, okay. So far, so good. Let's put the planes back in. And move them back so they kind of line up where this needs to be. Okay, so one of the problems right now is the model is messed up in this area here as well. So we're going to do the same trick as before. We're going to click K, we're going to draw a line there across that, and then we're going to go back to face select. We're going to take those two faces, we're going to make those white. And then I think if I look correctly on my planes, yeah. So it needs to start there, end there. Okay. So we just need to take those and color those in blue. There we go. That's a good place to start. Again, I know it looks very like cartoonish right now and not very detailed, but that we'll fix later. Okay. Just get some colors in for now. Okay, what else do we have out here at the front? So, whoa. We also have... This is really, really a mess. Basically, like the front part here is... Hold on, are these... so it's lower on this part here. And it's... Okay, so hold on. You know what we're gonna do? Just go and makes those edges there. That's pretty easy to do now. So I'm just gonna go back into to edit mode. And then I'm just gonna basically go and select all of these edges here. Oops. All of this, 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 this. And then we're gonna go is it Control F, extrude along normals. There we go. See, now we can, whoa, 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 not so aggressive. Now we can kind of just add a little bit edge there. I know we added an edge there, but we're just gonna remove that later. But that should add an edge all the way around the ship. Look at that. Now we can do the same thing over here. Ah, stop. There we go. So we can take all of that. Oh, I need to be in a better position so I can actually see what I'm doing here. I can't see this from this angle. Come on. There we go. Just to get like a small edge. Yeah, happy little accidents, exactly. Okay, so next up I just want to do kind of the same thing on the top, but just move it down a little bit, because it kind of looks like there's a ledge there as well. Or is it just like a groove in it? There's also that groove there that I kind of want to make. But that will be maybe details we can go back and add later. But now I kind of started this process, so let's just finish it. So I'm just going to select the whole top of it again. Carefully just painting around this area here. Selecting all of this. Oh, did I forget something there? I did. Oops. Now I also got that area there. Didn't want that. I want all of this. Oh, is it actually an edge? I can't really... No, it is slightly higher, but okay, you know what? I've got to make it in a slightly different way here. I want to fix that edge there, but I'm just going to do this in a slightly different manner. I'm going to go into Edge Select. And then just go from here to here to... Oh, wow, what did you do there? I don't know if that's not better. You know what, I'll come back to this later. Let's just keep coloring this in. I'll come back to all those small details later. Okay, so this kind of just goes in and then up, and then there's like a square thing going on there. So this means, and what does it do underneath? Then that kind of goes out there in a little tip. Oh no, let's get... stop, face select. There we go. And then just begin selecting this inner area here. And this area here, I think. And up there. Not that area. Maybe some of it. Maybe not that one. So all of this, basically. And then what did it do there? It kind of starts out at the bottom and then goes down just to be just at the light. I think we need to color in some more stuff or make some more lines out here. So I'm just gonna kind of... See, that line there is missing. So we're just gonna imagine that that line is there. It went all the way to there, actually. So it's all of this without getting the light. It went straight across, so I need that one as well. There we go. Because that needs to then go up, but that line is not there. So that is just gonna be body gray. Let's add that there. Okay, so now we just need to fix those corners there. Can we just do that with a single cut? That would be very easy. If I could just go and say, hey, make a line like there. Oh, hold on. That's not right. Make a line there. And then similar here on this side. Just cut it. Oh, where did I cut it to? So kind of like that. That corner, which is equivalent to that corner to that corner. There we go. Back to face select. Select that corner there. Select our newly area there. And color that in gray. There we go. That kind of looked like it. Okay. So then we have some more blue here. And I can see this is already made relatively okay. Basically just take that area there. And that area there. And color that in blue. There we go. Go. It's beginning to look a little bit more like it. So, God, there's a lot of details up here. So all this stuff down here we're going to do later. We're going to come back to that. All of these things here we're going to come back to as well. Because there's some custom textures we need to make for that. I can see this has like a carbon fiber kind of look to it. God, Frontier. That's too much. Too many details. My God. And all this stuff in here we need to look at. That's like windows. We need to make those somehow. I'll see if I can figure that out somehow. Is there better lighting over here maybe? Maybe I actually should move into this model. We can see. There we go. That's a good view here. Hold on. I need to move my ship a little bit. So that I can actually come over here and have a look. Oh, now we can also see... Oh, they kind of have like a force field around that. That's a cool effect. I want to see if we can kind of mimic that. That looks really cool. Okay, so there's also like a blue again below that one. And it's kind of rounded. Where mine is really sharp. So I think what I will have to do is just quickly model that corner. So take that, subdivide it. And then take that. Because it's kind of that shape. Oh, it goes up and above it. Oh. Oh, I just colored it in wrong. Ah, hold on. My bad. I just did this wrong. It's already here. I don't need to subdivide that then. It's because all of these here are blue panels. Yes, all of these are blue. And it's supposed to go up like this to be gray. So that makes more sense now. So it goes up like this and is gray. And then this area here is blue. Okay. You know, when you think about it, you think about this just being basically a white ship. But when you begin to look at it, it far from is. And there's so many little, like, ledges all around the ship. I mean, look at that. That we would have to try and replicate at some point. Yeah, okay, getting the printed would be cool. I think for now I just wanna get it like colored up in Blender. Okay, let's keep going. I just want to see what this actually looks like in a rendered. So just go and like make a render here of the front, like so. Yeah, it's still very rough. The colors, and there's obviously a ton of detail missing. But you can see there just a little edge we added here along the. It adds a ton to it in the believability of the ship. Whereas this area down here just looks like somebody painted it. You don't really believe that this is like different panels overlapping each other. That's something we obviously will have to work on. And basically do the same thing we did here. Go to all of them and extrude them outwards. And do all that later on to kind of like sell the illusion of panels overlapping each other. But that would be a lot easier to do once we figured out how exactly to make sure the model is working and get all the right colors in there, that kind of stuff. Okay, so underneath those there, we kind of have a gray panel going all the way back past where that is. And then it goes up to that. Okay. And how does that look in the front? It's like a slanted backwards. And it starts a little bit back. So it starts on that panel there. And then it like moves back like this. This one was different. I think these bays here were blue. Yeah, so look, it's blue down in the base. So we're gonna come back to those. Let's just get this camera in a somewhat usable position for this. I'm gonna come back to these bays here in a second. So for now, we're just not really worrying too much about if we color over them. Because we're gonna color these again later anyway. But it goes back like this. Yeah, and what does it do then? Goes back past the base, and it keeps going backwards until it goes past these holes there. So this one kind of continues upwards. So it goes up like this. And this then goes in and meet up with that like so. In like an arch, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's do this on the other side as well while we're at it. This means this here. And again, there's a thingy missing. We're gonna come back. We're gonna fix that in a second. I'm just gonna make sure I get all the panels here that I need. Yeah, the geometry is not 100%. See, there's also something that's messed up here. That's not consistent on either side, so we have to go back and fix that too. There's a lot of inconsistencies on this side. I don't know what's going on. But this one should kind of go up. How? Something's not right here. So basically if I start up here, I should need these to go down. That means this needs to link up. You can see that's kind of messed up there as well somehow, but again, it kind of needs to go down, so it's probably not a big issue, because it kind of goes down and hits the back end of that light. So you can see it kind of follows this down like so. There with the panel there. Right, and the same thing happens over here, that the panel goes down like so. And you can see, kind of see the geometry here is a little weird. You can see how far back does this go underneath. Yeah, it might actually have been an idea to just slice it down the middle and mirror it. Just not to deal with this inconsistent geometry, because this is a royal mess. This one over here is okay, I think it's workable, but it's not perfect. But for now, I'm just going to color these in gray as well. We kind of begin to get that in place. And then I'm just going to fix all the problems that had over here, because there was a lot of them. Draw a line across there. And then take that thing there and just color those back into white. And then there was this problem area here, which we can fix as well by just drawing a line there. Oh, face mode, there we go. And make those white again. So we kind of got that. We got that coming up. Same thing here. We got that white stripe there going up to all this area up here. This is fine. The rest of where this one goes, this looks like kind of a smooth arch there. It's very rugged over here. You also see how this is set off there. That doesn't look nice either. It's a lot better on that side. You might be able to save it actually by making that gray. Might sell it a little bit. No, I don't like that. But I might be able to just slightly alter that a bit. Hope I don't mess it too much up. Oh, it looks okay. And then there's this area here. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do then? I'm gonna go over here. And then I'm just gonna take that edge, and I'm gonna subdivide that. And then we're gonna take that and look straight onto it. Like so. And then we're just gonna begin to slowly make this into a more smooth curve. Like so. It's not perfect, but looks a lot better. Okay, we are pretty much done with the nose. I think apart from the belly here, we need to figure out how the colors go down there. But other than that, we can slowly begin to make our way backwards here. And again, we're doing a rough pass here at the beginning. Okay, so we have all of that done there. It's kind of white. And then just at those lights, it kind of goes down in an arc behind it. Let's see if we can mimic that somehow. Yeah, okay, so we can just go face select mode. And, no, stop. There we go, select that face, there, like so. And then it kind of goes like in an arc, and it goes across. And it kind of comes up. Is it that wide? It looks very narrow here. Very wide over here, it's double up. Yeah, there it kind of like slants forward. Which it kind of does here too, so it just means I basically, you know what we're gonna do? Hold on, but it touches that. It's like this area really doesn't make sense to me. Oh, is it not that one? Because it's kind of like... It starts here, but then it kind of goes back. Oh, I see what's wrong. Just go and make a cut there. Yeah, this is better. Oh, reselect that. My camera is in a messed up position. There we go. Yeah, so this makes sense now. So you can kind of select this. And it goes up past it like so. And color that in gray. Nice. How far does this then go back? It kind of stretches back to like in a weird like box around those four whatever. Okay, so there's that box is there. And we can see that arch there with the blue accent. We can see that in here. So what about that? I think basically it goes here and here. And yeah, this is right. Then this panel here goes up to the light like so. And it hugs this, it hugs that one going forward. And I think, because they like to use triangles, so they got like that. Yeah. And then all of this around this area here. Some of these models are really, really weird to work with. So this is this one, that one. And this. Nice, there we go. Like so, right? And then we just need to basically color the rest in up here in the front. Apart from the fact that the model is slightly messed up here as well. So I'm just gonna color in more than I need and then go back and correct it later. So that goes up. See, this side is okay. Goes there, right? Because this one needs to go straight forward, almost. Color that in gray, but you can see here on the other side, it doesn't really go straight forward. So we have to go in and fix that. Just gonna add a node there. And then we're just gonna draw a line there, basically. It's gonna slant up a little bit. I think it does that on the other side as well. That means we can take that panel there and color that in white. Like so. Perfect. And then there's like a big blue area here that basically encapsulates those bays as well. Yeah, the bays are kind of white, has like a white box inside them. So that means, whoops, for the blue we're gonna take all of this area here is all blue. Oh, but not that one, those down there are white, but all of this area here is blue. And then as far as I could see, the base of it was blue, but the frame was white. So we're gonna leave that frame there. Oh, no. Like so. And so. And so. There we go. And color that in blue. And those there were also blue inside those little like notches there, right? As you can see. So we're just gonna go back to this area here, which we skipped over earlier. And then kinda, you know what, it might be easy to do this from the inside of the model if we can get into it. Just so that I can kind of get a feeling for what it is I'm doing here. Select those two there. Oh, got a little bit too much there on the top, I think. Deselect that. Deselect that. There we go. I'll just color that blue as well. And again, I know this is very painted right now, but it's gonna be gonna texture it a little bit more. But the point right now is just I want to separate different textures out so that they are on different materials, because then I can begin to actually go and shake these up later. So now it's just a matter of getting all this kind of colored in correctly. Very nice. There's also all these small details. Look at these bays here. Oh, there's launch tubes here too. Hold on. Can we... Oh, hold on. Is there collision on this model here? Does this model... Is this collidable? Oh, no, it's not. We can go inside and have a look. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's the bottom of that little entrance there, right? Oh, it's like these are opened up. And they kind of go in. Oh, that's cool. What is inside this? Okay, so that one just ends in like a tube. This is a tube in behind there. But you have all of these launch areas here. Look at that. Ah. Let's go and explore a little bit more. What else is there in this model? So these are all these tubes here. What are these pipes for? Oh, these are just for back here. Okay, so these are just for show back here, just ends. And we have the shields, whatever. And look at that, there's also a door in here. We can go back and have a look at it. There's a door. Oh, this is embassy dock. Look at that. So that means if you're like, oh, that's cool. So if you're like an important person that comes into dock, you're gonna be docking in the middle of this ring, in that docking port in there. And that's the embassy dock. So there's obviously for important people. Then you have an opening here, which I guess, because you can see there's a shield there, so there's clearly a force field up there. So there's another entrance to the ship up in the front. There's obviously also one down here at the bottom. This is deck 8A in there. And then we have all of these launch tubes here along the side. Go and take a look at the bridge. Okay, so the bridge is not really modeled. Have they just reused the windows, basically? The window texture? Look at that! They just reused the window texture on the console panels in here. And they're just a flat plane. But I kind of feel like there should be like steps, yeah, so there will be steps going down here to lower deck where there's more people. Who can stand down here in this area and this area here. Look, I mean, I could just imagine if you actually fully... I kind of want to just, you know... You know what I kind of feel like? Because if you look at the glass, they have glass there. I kind of want to go in, and when the model is like shaded, then go in and... Let me just... that's not what I want. That's what I want. There's the cockpit, right? I mean, there's nothing in here right now, but it could be really fun. And you also see we have that going back. That's not... We have those there, but that's not how the model is. There's a glass in the way. So they just put panels in there. So it would actually be quite fun to go in here and then, you know, like actually model this whole thing in detail. And you could do some amazing shots, I think, from inside the cockpit, inside the bridge. On, like, imagine that you kind of put up like a camera tour of the bridge of this ship after it's done, and we have the whole ship models. You could look out as you could look over the front. I think that might actually be the project I'm gonna go for here. I'm gonna shake the whole thing, even though it's not gonna be visible from the cockpit, but going back into this area here, add the glass and all that stuff, and just... That's gonna be amazing, I think. But that's not what we're doing now. What we're doing now is fixing this side here. Just color all this in. Oh, there's something I messed up there. I'm gonna go back and fix that later. Not that one. Okay, I got too much here. Oops. So this one should stay white. Hey, cactus. All of this. Come on. And just assign blue body panels to that there. What I messed up was I noticed this area here was not gray but white. There we go. That's better. This is from Elite Dangerous. I have the ship right here. As you can see, we have the game, the ship in Elite Dangerous. This is a damage model of it. That's clearly seen some. Hold on, I need to get into the. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. To get into the proper external camera. There we go. This one has clearly seen some damage, as you can see here. We're not going to model those damage scars. I want to have a pristine one that's actually working, but when you see those in game, they have a tendency to shoot at you. And I'm planning to actually sit here and be able to move around the model to take a good look at it. And obviously I can't do that if it's shooting at me. So that's why we have it in the damage state here. Okay, need to go in and very rough here. So right now we're just doing the very rough selection of which body panels belongs where, kind of thing, just to get them separated out. And then I can always go back later and make like a custom paint job. Maybe like say, oh, I want a black and green accent model. That would actually be pretty cool. There we go. That is now blue. Blue, blue, blue. Okay, so pretty much up till around here, we have now the panels at least selected onto the right color. So that's like a quarter of the ship. Needs to be a black and gold capital ship, so we could like go and say, I mean, right now there's so much blue on it. I always, it's funny when you look at it, you look and say that's a white ship, but looking at how the panels are selected out, more of it is actually blue than white. But again, we have also only done the nose of it. Okay, I'm just gonna get the rest of this gray area done. Kind of have that there-ish. So it kind of goes back. Get that blue in there. To that in like a weird shape. So we kind of have to... So there is around that, there's like this weird panel. And it extends quite far out. Oh, I know how we can do this. We just do like this. select that, and that. And then just have the panel go straight back, like so. And it goes all the way, right? Or is there a ledge? The ledge is colored too, okay. How far up does that then go? There's like a white frame around that area also. So that probably means it's going to go up to and including this here. This area here, 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 all of this. All of this needs to be gray. Or does it? Yeah, it actually kind of does. There's just this whole area, just a white frame around that. But there's also like a blue frame here. That probably means this is probably the blue one. So should this one have been gray as well? I actually have a feeling it might have. So that should have been gray too. And then once again the model is messed up there, so we're gonna come back and fix that later. Let's just do the same over here. Let's just get this on the top so we can make sure we get it equally on both sides. And I decided to include that one there. I don't think that's actually right. Should be like so. And then I just don't know how far back it goes, but it goes pretty far back. Actually, it goes back to there, and not there. There, and this is with arch. Oh, it's upside down again. So we get up until here, here, here. And then again, that's weird there. We need to fix that. And then come back in with that, like so. And I just missed a few things here that I'm just gonna quickly pick up. There we go. Make that gray. And then go in and fix this area here. Gray. Oh no, hold on. Uh-oh, I messed up here. That there is white. But not that panel is gray. That's more like it. And then just do the same fix over here. And color those gray. There we go. Yeah, Peter, so the plan is right now, as you can see, if we go into, just gonna quickly save here. If we go into the shading and look at the actual shaders, you can see I have done nothing to it. It's just a normal principle BSDF shader, where I just played a little bit around with the mid-sensitivity, the roughness, and that kind of stuff.
Jointique.
Absolutely. Karaoke Bar donated. Thank you very much for the donation. So, but as you can see here, I haven't done anything to the textures at all at the moment. They're pretty just, as you can always see here, even if we go ahead and actually do a render of it, they are pretty basic at the moment. They're definitely there. But there's a lot of small details I have to go back in and add later. Like, you can see all these different panels kind of have like edges in between them. That just adds a little bit, and I'm not really sure how I'm going to get those in. I kind of did a test with this one. You can see I kind of extruded those out a little bit just to add that little edge. And I have to go in and do that a lot of places. The other things you can see here, even within the panels, they still have this, whoops, come back, there we go. They still have this like paneled texture to them. I'm not really sure how I'm going to do that. But I'll go back and I'll begin to sit and I'll work with the with these different colors, so they're not just like blank colors. And just begin, instead just sit and build up those textures. But for now, the important part is just that I have them separated out, so I know which areas are blue, which areas are white, which areas are gray. And then I can slowly begin afterwards to go back and sit and texture them once I have them separated out on different materials. So the first pass here is just to get the colors right, and then we'll get all the details later. I mean, Peter, if you want to join in, I'll be happy to send you after the stream to send you the blend file over. If you want to give it a pass on making some textures for it, that would be awesome. Again, I'm still learning. I'm still very new at this. So hold on, something is really messed up here. What is going on here? And again, this just doesn't look good at all. What is going on? That's supposed to be relatively smooth, isn't it? I think. See, that looks good. Kind of goes up there, all the way up here. Oh, I think because the color that's right. Look at that. I made all kinds of mistakes over here. That part there is white. See, that's much better. And those panels there are obviously great. Yeah, the topology of the model is messed up as well. So the problem that I'm working with here is the model I got here is just of like Thingiverse. So these are actually intended for 3D printing. So like the details of the model is not great. And as you can see, the topology of it is also questionable in areas. But it's the best I have to work with without custom exporting it from the actual game. But either like throw me an email or get in touch with me on Discord if you wanna get involved. That would be awesome. And then at some point, I think once the whole thing is done, I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna work on the top cockpit here, and really pay some attention to the different things in there. Really begin to add some details. It's gonna be awesome. More details than in games. We have to build creative there. Okay, let's just do this little bay here. I think, which we do have in game as well. I can see it here, and towards the front there's this blue accent lighting. There you can see how it goes up and comes again, but this is, I believe, gray. It's not really easy to see on this model. It might be easier to see on the other one over here. Not really. Hold on, I need to get some light on that area. Let's just move a ship in here with a little bit of light. Yeah. So that's the same panels as the rounded. And it goes up. And it kind of goes... okay, it goes down to that area there. Okay. You can also see, like, ambassador dock. I love that. Oh, this is also an ambassador dock. There's also an ambassador dock in the other ship. What does it say down there? Authorized access only. Nice. Okay, let's just get the camera in so we can begin to... So basically, we actually already have it here. This area here, we're gonna make a new texture. And this is gonna be an emission shader. We're gonna call this one for light. Oh, let's use hyphens. Light blue. Let's call it accent light blue. There we go. Gonna assign that there, and we're gonna go in. What kind of blue is it? It's like a very light turquoise-ish blue, so it's almost like over in that area there, I feel like so. And we're probably just gonna, let's just play around with the emission strength here to see how that kind of looks. So we're just gonna place the camera there and do a quick render. I don't think it's strong enough. Okay, it's actually pretty strong already. There's really no light down here at the moment. So let me just go ahead and take that sun lamp there and just get some light on the belly of the ship. Okay, maybe the emission strength is actually not too far off. That's actually okay. Yeah, it looks okay. I just want to see this in... hold on. I just want to quickly see this in Eevee with bloom and screen space, that, and ambient occlusion on, just to see. Let's see, this is Eevee. Eevee doesn't do as good of a job with like surface reflections. This is where I really think that something like Cycles really shines. That is getting those reflections off the surface just right. But I feel like the intensity is actually, like, the stock intensity is actually pretty good. It sends out a decent amount of light, and I mean, Eevee is okay for... I have done some things in Eevee. If you select your projects right, you can get some cool things done in Eevee. I'll show you this project, for instance. This was an idea I was just building for fun, like a launch tube. And you can see this is an Eevee render. Give it some time. There we go. So you can do some cool shots in Eevee for sure. If you play around with it. And you can get those reflections to work too. If you play around with it, you can make it work. But I think this launch tube really came out great. Yeah, there's still no ending to it. It needs to be longer, it needs to be extended, but this is actually built quite neatly, I think. If I just jump out of camera mode. All of this stuff here, like the tunnel, is just built with an array modifier. So if I want to make the tunnel longer, I can just go like, okay, how long do I want the tunnel? Okay, just extend the tunnel out there, and it just extends for as much as I like it. So it's easy just to like keep replicating the tunnel just forever. And it was just, the project is far from done. I was just like experimenting with it and see like how could I make the textures work, how could I make the rails kind of look cool. And one of the things I really think came out great is the texture on the rails, where you can kind of see they're like spotty in the place where some places they like feel like they're a little more shiny than others. Things I wanted to do was to maybe take those shiny spots and like stretch them out in the direction of the rail, so it looks like something has been sliding down. Yeah, it's just noise textures. Exactly. And especially I think you have, yeah, exactly, you need to think about it when you build that you have to do it in EV if you want to do that. And there's some weird things that I don't get either, because look at this. Over on this side, even though the camera position is right in the middle looking straight down the tube and everything is just mirrored, on this side we get these nice reflection off the floor, but on this side you don't. And like I don't get why. But that was just another little like side project. And all the little like grills, like, yeah, opens there in the top. Looks cool too. Anyway, let's close that, and we're not gonna save that. Let's jump back here. Okay, so that turned out okay. With that little lighting area there, we have that, we have that, we have... Okay, I need to see what are these things there. I need to get a closer look at those, because I have a feeling they must be like lights or something. I am gonna go and do a pass on those later, but I just want to know what they actually are. Yeah, okay, so they are lights. So you can see there that, first of all, they have this like really dark color on top. And then they're basically just lights on the front. Wait, dock SRV? Are they docking SRVs from this? I mean, that's a bit of a drop, isn't it? If you're gonna take an SRV out of that? I mean, I guess you could. We kind of look at the size of it compared to a crate. No, I mean, if you look at the crate, like the SRV bay is here, right? That's the SRV hangar. And look at that compared to that. I think you could drive an SRV in there. I mean, that's actually easy to check. Hold on, let me... And also I noticed that this back in there is actually white and not blue, which we've colored it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and quickly fix that. But those are some of those places where I feel like it could use a little bit of attention, and instead of just making it... There we go, let's get it on the other side as well. Are we at it? That instead of just making it like a white panel, just make something that looks a little bit more like a door. White panels and a sign. There we go. That's white. Perfect. But no, it's actually easy to see if an SRV would fit, because this ship is to scale. So I could just go in here and I could go import STL and SRV STL. And then we can just take like a top-down view, and we can go like and grab our SRV. Put our SRV there. Okay, it's a bit of a tight squeeze, I would say. Yeah, okay. And then just, nope. I mean, I don't know if I would be comfortable trying to drive an SRV in there. Yeah, but okay, so yeah, you're right that the SRV is foldable, where everything can fold in. So maybe if it was like a bay, if you imagine it was like folded in, and then it came out on a platform and unfolded on a platform, and then there was like a ramp that came down. So basically like a passerelle that would come out and then go down. But I guess the fact that there's an SRV bay on it indicates that it was intended to, at least at some point, be able to land on a planet. It's close though. But let's just remove the SRV here. Put the SRV next to the bridge. Oh, okay, we can do that. Hold on. Just get the SRV back then. Grab. Put it there. Grab. Pull it up. Put the SRV on the top. Okay, maybe this model is a little big. Maybe they're not completely to scale, because this is a two-story. This is 2 stories. This is not just 1 story. And I think the SRV might actually be a little bit too big then. Okay, Peter, I'll get back to it after the live stream. So imagining that this kind of the cockpit, like this is like a car, I would kind of say the SRV would be more like that maybe for size. Right? If we just take it and just take it here and move it out there, and then like look at this to the side, and like now it's kind of like 1 story tall. So this would like just fit in. So this is probably more like the size it would be. I feel like SRV is quite big, I mean it's bigger than a normal car. So I feel like maybe it's a little bit too big then. Maybe it's like more like that. And if we take that model now for scale, and we put that out there, then I think we are more... move that in close. And rotate it. Yes, I will, Dungle. Give me a second. Just gonna quickly clear out my SRV here. See, now it's more like it, right? Oh, and also there's some panels here. Look at that. There we go. Yeah. I think like that kind of makes sense. Yeah, okay, we can always scale it properly if we ever needed to, but for now I think like this is that's more like an SRV size. The ship is massive. Anyway, guys, just a quick reminder. If you are enjoying the stream, if you're liking these more relaxed Blender, just sit here, try to do some modeling kind of live streams, I would really appreciate if you would go down and give it a like. And as always, you will find a lot of spams in the chat now from Dongle, where you can both find links for Streamlabs. If you want to donate to the channel, you can do that at tips.d2a.com. Also, if you want to get yourself some merchandise, which reminds me to actually get something to drink, if I'm going to survive this, you can find that at the d2astore.com. And of course, also if you want to support the channel in a more... like Karaoke Bar did, exactly. If you want to support on a monthly basis, you can do that through Patreon at patreon.d2a.com. If you're interested in doing some of these models, if you want the Blender files, or you're interested in any of the other things I've done, then just want to share your own things with the community, then come by Discord. We have a dedicated Blender section now where people like discuss how do they do like cool nebulas and all that kind of stuff, and people share their Blender file with each other. It's really cool to see. So if you are interested in that kind of stuff, do come by Discord. You can find the Discord server at discord.d3a.com. I'm just quickly gonna go around here, just correct like these smaller mistakes that I spot. That's the good thing about coloring it all white to start with, is you spot these kind of things here, whoops, really easily. The landing gear? Okay, no, because so the landing gear on this is actually not models. There's no landing gear on it. So if you want landing gear, you have to model it yourself. Yeah, I know, all these, yeah, exactly. But again, what you can actually do is you can go into like, I saw there was some, now I can't remember where it was. I think it was some Thingiverse. I saw someone had uploaded like the landing gear from, I think it was a Vulture. But you can basically take that and just say, nah, I'm just gonna scale that up and then use that to whatever ships you need it for. Or you can just model your own landing gear. Because like for a ship like this, we don't know what the landing gear looks like. But for something like this, I would probably take inspiration from the Imperial Cutter and kind of look at what they do with landing gear there. So what I would probably do is I will say, oh, what's actually that there on the side? Hold on. There's like a big area here on the side. Oh, that. Okay, it's just the place to put a decal. Okay, fair enough. It was just there was this big area there. I was like, what on earth have they put there? But no, I would probably like go and say, where would I put, because it's rather tall, the ship, right? And this is center mass, so you probably want some landing gear like here, I would say. I mean, could probably imagine that you would, I mean, if I was building this ship, right, I would put the landing gear here and then make that kind of integrated into, maybe even let it come out like a passerelle here and let that lower down somehow, so you kind of got some support out the front, and then do something further back, all the way back here, like not where the engine is, because that doesn't make sense, but somewhere else along the lines here. No, we're not 3D printing. We are 3D modeling. We are adding color to it right now, and it's just rough colors at the moment. But that's the point. I wouldn't think it would land either, but then you go and you look at something like this, where it says there is an SRV dock. And then you think, well, if there's a place for an SRV, and it kind of fits with the size of an SRV, it seems. And we have another SRV dock on the other side. You know what? I would actually like to ask Frontier. I think I'm gonna ask that as a question. Why does the yeah. For something like Substance Designer, I don't even have Substance Designer. So far I've done all my things in Blender. Wrong labeling? Most likely. Is this a ship we'll be able to fly eventually? First of all, Peter, thanks a lot for the donation. No. I don't think we will ever be able to fly these kinds of ship. I just don't see it happen, to be honest. Yeah, but small, yeah, it could be like a shuttle, but normally SRV is surface reconnaissance vehicle. That's at least where it's referred to in Elite. Everywhere it's a surface reconnaissance vehicle. But yeah. Yeah, I would love to have big ships like this. See, now we can actually see these. We have to model all these. We have to model the steps probably as well. All of that in the cockpit. That's probably going to be like my main goal, is to model the whole cockpit in here at some point. At some point. Anyway, let's keep going. And let's see where we're at with this. So we kind of got that going for us there. I don't want to do this bay here now. I'm going to come back to that later. We're just going to do the outside of it. There's a panel here. Is that colored any differently? So I'm just going to basically move my ship so I have some lights here because it's really dark now. Okay, so it has like a tiny panel there on the side that's gray. And then it has like a teardrop shaped one on there that's also gray. Oh, and is that accent lighting I spot? Do I spot accent lighting here? Or is that just weird reflections? Okay, it's just weird reflections. And then we have these thrusters here. We're gonna come back and take a pass on those as well later. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. And luckily for us, they've already made those panels correctly. So let's just begin the whole little selection process again. Selecting out the panels that we need. I don't know what the fascination is, why they're making everything to triangles. What's up, noisy bunnies? Sorry for the background noise, just the bunnies that are being noisy tonight. There we go. Get all of that. Get, oops. Undo. Not you. Yeah, noisy bunnies are always fun and welcome. You're right, Dungle. Come on. Get that. And then we're just gonna get this whole thing here as well. What was that little bike thing there? That's like an antenna. Weird antenna thing. We're gonna come back. You know what? I'm just gonna come back. No, let's just model that real quick. It shouldn't take long just to do the rough model of it. So we're just gonna leave that thing there. Get all of this. Oops. Go out of select mode first, and then go around and get the edge. Yeah, okay, so it's because it's extracted from the game. Okay, the game uses triangles. Makes sense, I guess. That also makes sense why we're seeing so many, like, squares that are just cut in half. It's pretty much all of the model is just squares cut in half. Because it's triangles. Then you have this stuff like this, then you're like, what's going on there? Okay, let's put this into body gray. See, first of all, that thing there is way too tall. I just want to build this antenna right now, just to do something a little different. So just get some light on that, so we can actually see that. Okay. So I think what I will do with this here is essentially just delete the whole little, like, they take all of these vertices here and just delete those vertices. Oh, didn't like that, did it? Might have been a little bit aggressive there. That's okay. Because I can just select that area, add in the face. There we go. Now we just deleted that whole thing, and then I just want to build it myself, basically. And I'm just going to build it at a random size and then scale it so that it fits afterwards. So looking at it, we kind of have at the base here, it kind of like slants up a little bit, goes in, and then we have this blue thing. So what we're going to do is just going to save. Going to remove that. And then we're just going to start out with a simple cylinder. Cylinder, go. Ooh, hello, cylinder. Okay. Let's do this. So, you're going to scale this down, like, very, very flat. Like so. Then we're gonna take this edge here, and we're just gonna, oops, we're gonna scale that in, so we kind of get that slanted look there. Then we're gonna insert there, gonna extrude there. We kind of got that. And what does it do then? Does it then go out at like it goes out at an angle, right? And then it kind of looks like part of a sphere. So the way I want to do this is to take this basically and then just extrude that up to like the height I want that little bulge there to be. Nope, not extruded. Add some loop cuts in it. Like so. And then just begin to scale this out. Take this and this. This and this. So I feel like that actually went out quite far. How big is it? It's like the size of that outer thing there, so I might have overdone.
E to extrude, S to scale.
Yes, exactly. E to extrude, S to scale. So I feel like that is actually a decent. That's too. Is it too big? I might actually have made it too tall. Hold on. Just go back. And it should extrude it like so instead. No, not extrude. Nah, not rotate. Messing everything up here. Edge mode. There we go. Control R. No, Control E. No. Control. There we go. And take that, and then scale that out until we get the kind of right angle. Then take that, and scale out until it kind of feels like it's part of a curve. And then take that to kind of sell that curve. There we go. That kind of looks cool. Okay. Those 4 antennas, we're going to fix those later. For now, I just want to have the center antenna. What's at the top? There's nothing there. Okay. So that should be pretty easy. Take this in face mode. Insert it into where that's not at all right. Gonna start it further out. That's not... insert. There we go. Until we kind of have the size of that little mount there that it's on. And then extrude it up. And then we're gonna insert again until we have the size of the antenna. This antenna was slightly bigger, so I'm gonna make it like so. And then we're gonna extrude up that antenna. How tall is it? Oh, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 10 times that. It's definitely taller than that. So it's probably like that, I feel. That looks about right. And then I'm gonna take a little bit of zoom into that top there. Little bit of creative freedom here. And I'm just gonna say that that this one has here at the top, it's kind of like extrude along normals. It kind of goes out a little bit, and this is just my own like impression of it here, because I feel like antennas should do that. I know they don't, but this one does because I wanted to. And then it kind of goes in like so. So it kind of has this little boop there at the top. Boop, boop. And then we can, I don't know, give that little blinking light or something like that. Okay. I think this works. So now we just need those, like, smaller antennas, kind of, ish. And then put those around. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add another cylinder. Whoops, that's a sphere. There we go, and I'm just gonna hide that cylinder for now. Scale sets, make this like really flat, and then scale everything but set, make them really small. Grab set, pull it up a bit, and pull that thing back there. Did I kind of eyeball this right? They should be smaller than the ones out, or the one in the center. So if I grab that, is it smaller? Yeah. Is it too big? Also, yeah. So I'm just gonna go and scale that down, and I'm also gonna flatten it a little bit, like so. And let's just move this out here, so I feel like it should be like a little bit further out, maybe. Like so. That looks good. And they should kind of intersect the model. Like so. Take that surface there. Insert that small... come on. Small antenna. And... then I need to extrude that antenna up. So that it's kind of like half the height of that. And then looking from the top, I'm going to grab this and move it along the y-axis until it intersects the other one. That was too far. Right, so grab y until it kind of goes into it like so, right? And it kind of comes out there at an angle, it goes into it. All I then have to do is to take this antenna here and basically go Shift D, grab Y, rotate it around the Z axis, and then just move it until it kind of fits inside it. Not quite, is it? Kind of there looks okay, I think. Yeah, I know I can mirror it, but this is easier. Then we're just gonna take another one. I'm gonna grab Y0. No. I can probably take this actually. And then I can go to item and I'm gonna go to Y position 0. There we go. And actually, I can actually look at this. And what is the Y position of this? It is that Y position. And then I should be able to take this and say put that in at the X position. That should be there. And then I can just go and duplicate that and say this X position is that, but not with minus. And then just for good measures, I'm just gonna put that there so it's in the exact same position all around. No need to mirror. Rotate this in there. Rotate that in there. And that's an antenna. And hello on Discord. I'm just gonna quickly pick these one up. Pick this one. Control P and no, Control J for join. So they're now one solid mesh. Kind of. Yeah, okay. That's an antenna. Looks like one at least. I mean, it's higher poly than what's in the game. It's way higher poly than what's in the game. So now we just need to get the ship back. Oh, hello. And I think you're right that it's more fun to watch modeling than it is to watch. We can go and do some modeling if we want to. Okay, let's grab it. Oh, where did it go? There it goes. Grab. I just put it like ish where it belongs. Okay, so first of all, I got the scale completely off. But first, we're just gonna quickly go and put this in position. So let's just rotate this upside down. Click on that and zoop. Okay. Grab Y. And kind of look at it from that, and then scale. Like kind of the size of the hole. And then move it up. Is that slightly at an angle? Or is the ship's... Okay, it is actually coming out straight down. Because the bottom is kind of at an angle. Here at least. I just want to see what it was doing. So I feel like I need to scale it up a little bit to probably cover that hole up. Like so. And then also... like... center it over the hole. And then just basically move it down so that it intersects all the way around. Should we actually shade it before we merge it now that we have it? It's just so much easier to shade it. You know what, we're gonna do that. Just gonna pull that back up again. So basically we're gonna have like a... we're gonna need to make like a dark metal color. We need to have that blue lighting again. And then we also just need the body gray panels. So let's just quickly go and shade this. So what we're gonna need is we have body white. We're gonna need to have the blue light. And we're also gonna need to have the body gray. And we're gonna need to have a new material that we're gonna call dark metal. There we go. Gonna make that like a really dark there, and just like amp up the metallicity, and keep that at like a half, and keep the roughness down a bit because that's way more shiny. Okay, there we go. So quickly, let's go shade. We're gonna need those surfaces. Those surfaces is gonna be dark metal. We're gonna need those surfaces. It's gonna be light blue. We're gonna need, whoops, that ones, those ones, those. Whoops, nope. Those, and those. We're gonna need those to be white. Did we get... This is gonna be dark metal. Let's jump over here. Dark metal. No, stop that. There we go. You are dark metal. I need to get closer so I can actually see where I'm clicking. There we go. Dark metal for you. You get dark metal. Everybody is dark metal. There. Dark metal. There we go. Now all of those are colored in. All we need to do now is just color in this rubber coat. Color all these here gray. No. Gray. 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 Seems like I already colored that one gray. There we go. What about the top? Top clearly needs to be fixed too. That one, that one, that one, and that one. It's gonna be gray, and then I'm just gonna make like an artist decision and color that in blue, so that's like a blue accent light at the tip. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna color the whole tip. You know what? I have an idea. Oh no. First of all, Peter, Rum and Coke D2A on stream. Yay! Thanks a lot. And what I want to do here is actually just want to like. Now I'm just playing around. Oops, no, that's not what I want. I want to have two bands, kind of like there, and then I want to take like these here, and then I want to kind of like extrude these. But I want to extrude them inwards. Can I go like extrude along normals? Just like so they're kind of like recessed a little bit. And then make that accent lighting too. And then maybe have that top there, actually have that gray. That looks better. There we go. So you just have like this. Exactly. So we have this like little insert here where they're kind of, yeah, it's like a little light up there basically. I think that's cool. Is anybody gonna notice it? Probably not. So now that that has been shaded, we can go ahead and flip the camera upside down. grab, set, and just plug it there. In case I want to come back and do something to this later, I'm not gonna like finally merge it. I'm just gonna call this one for a 4-point antenna, like so. And then I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna parent it, but I'm gonna keep the transform. So that means that now the 4-point antenna is here. I can still manually remove it, but if I take the big model and I were to move that around, the antenna would move with it, right? So that just makes, I mean, it's maybe recess the top a bit and accent the lighting on the inside. So you're feeling like here, I don't know if I want to do much more with it right now. I mean, it's so small details at that I feel like this is okay as a top antenna. I mean, remember in game, it's just a rod. There's nothing there. It's even 5-pointed. Yeah, I feel like you can even see here that they've been a little sloppy with the merging there. I mean, these are just squares, but they haven't merged them like so the end didn't go all the way into the antenna. They've done a little bit of a rush job there. I would probably have angled those in just a bit so that the end completely was like hidden inside the antenna. A little bit of a rush job there, but it's so small details people don't notice. So yeah, added a little thingy-majig there at the top, so a little bit extra lighting. I think this area is actually beginning to... cool, let's just do a quick... where's our camera? Here's our camera. I just want to see this thing rendered out. So just do like a quick render of it, just to see... Yeah, look at that! That's a pretty little antenna. Boopity boop boop. All the stuff around it really needs some work right now, but it's just, yeah. That came out great. Yeah, I know I can get lost too much into detail, but... I feel like I want to do some more modeling, because... model the Voyager 2 probe. I think I can model the Voyager 2. Oh, there's a lot of stuff on this. That's a good picture. Oh god, it's more complicated than I thought at first. But okay, I get why Frontier makes this relatively low poly, right? Because this is something that they have to run in a game, and people need to be able to actually have this thing on their screens in a hectic combat situation where there's like people flying around and there's lasers and things exploding left and right, and it still needs to perform and need to render 60 frames a second. When I'm done with this render here, if I can render this picture a single frame in a minute, I'm happy. So it's just to put it into perspective what the two different things that we're trying to do here. Frontier is clearly building something that needs to actually perform as a game. Whereas what I'm doing is, I don't mind if it takes 1 minute per frame. And it's gonna take me an hour to basically do like a second of video, fair enough. It's gonna be just the time it's gonna take. Even though I can render relatively quickly on this machine, but you get my point. I think something like this, depending on how much you do with other ships, I think something like this could probably be rendered in like 15 to 20 seconds per frame. But I kind of want to do a little bit more modeling. I feel like all this shading here is getting a little old. So I'm just looking for something that we could begin to... Could we maybe try to see if we could like mimic this this shield effect? I feel like it could be fun to see if we could kind of mimic this force field effect somehow. Because it's used in a lot of places. Like, if I go... here, right? But how would you do that? I mean... because that's just a flat... like a flat thing that goes across there. But I would have to get this topology to work somehow, and... okay, it's actually not... it's actually not terrible. I'm thinking if I like... since we're already doing triangles. Yes, this is Blender. Since we're already doing triangles, I was considered if we should just like... I don't know if that's too much. Should we do something else maybe? It's a little bit more doable with what we have to work with right now. There is these thrusters here. These could be quite challenging to model, I feel like. Okay, no, let's do the shield. I think what I want to do first is just to try and get this somewhat working. So I think what I want to do is just begin to get some planes in here. So if I take these corners here, there, and just add some face across, like so. Because all of these are relatively straightforward. To just begin to add faces to them. I don't know what's happening there, but with the colors, something seems off, but we'll deal with that later. Something went wrong there. So this is straightforward. Just adding faces in. To kind of again block up that. And now we kind of have to... because as we're moving down here, we're going to begin to get into... we can probably go quite far down actually and still keep it squares. Because squares are the best... can we like... zoom in on that little vertex there and see where that kind of goes. That goes to there, and then that one goes there. Put a face there. Can we keep going? I guess we can just keep going actually. Face. This is gonna end in a triangle. I know it. There's no way this is gonna actually end up... yeah, so you can see here now we're gonna end up with a triangle. Which is okay. There's so many triangles on this model that us just adding one more doesn't really matter. And a face. And then we're just gonna add that last... triangle here at the bottom. Another face. Okay. So I'm just gonna quickly go in here and we're just gonna make a new material. We're just gonna like keep it as standard materials for now. And I'm gonna call this a let's call it force field. And that is with caps lock on. Great. Force field. Just because then I can actually begin to quickly add this in as the force field shader. There we go. And then we're gonna figure out how we're gonna do that later. So we're just gonna go back and just add the last little panels in here at the top, just so that we have that in place. Oh, hold on. And just 2 more panels and the force field is done. So 1 more panel there, and then the final triangular panel there. Okay, so those are all our force field panels, and let's just go back to face select mode and just make sure that I've all had the, there we go, the force fields kind of thing attached there. So what we're trying to create here is this effect where it's like really light around the edges, and that's almost like an emission, and then you have like this bluish thing that kind of goes in from there. But let's just start by actually going into the to the shading of this and see what we can do. Okay, so here we have yeah, I want to see what I can do. I'm just gonna play around with it for a bit just to see what we can kind of do here with this. I'm not really sure if like a Fresnel node would work. Doesn't seem like it would. It's like an edge detection, like where the material ends, because it's not edges like in hard edges. Because I would really like to do this procedurally and not have to sit and make these shapes individually for each individual force field. The shields seem like a lot like Voronoi. Okay, let's try and play around with those. What did you call those? What, that one? How does this work? Yeah, okay, I can see that. But the question, what I want to get first is to find a way to kind of detect the edge of this. If that makes sense. Because that effect we can always create later. Yeah, you know what we could? We could potentially just go and, instead of having this part of the main model, oh, how do you do that again? There's a way you can copy it and then make it into Blender, copy to new objects. Exactly. Press Shift D to duplicate and then press P to choose. Okay. So if we go and take this here and go Shift D to duplicate and then P and then selection, and then I think if we hide this, yes, then we can take this again, oops, and then just delete these faces. So that's now open, and then we can kind of have the force field as, yeah, exactly. Then we can have the force field as its own like thing here, and we're just as before, we're just gonna select that, Control P, keep transform. So now this is, what are we gonna call this? We're gonna call this, oh, that's a funny shape. Front, top, shields. There we go. Because now we can then take this whole interdictor, just remove that, and also our antenna down there in the background, and now we can just play with this. It's still gonna be the force field texture, but now we can go into shading, and then we can kind of. So how do you do edge detection? Edge detection. Is that like an add-on? Texture color vectors. There we go. I really like the shape of this, like how it curves out there at the bottom. A geometry node, maybe? Tangent, true normal. No, that's not it. That's not the shortcut I was looking for. Yeah, I don't need the image texture. I just want to see if I could do anything with like a mapping node, maybe. That's the UV, normal, generated. We're getting somewhere here. Object. I know I saw a guide about it on YouTube at some point. Blender weathering, I think it was. was like he had a cube. Hey, that's my own live stream. He had a cube, and it was like, no, I don't want to bevel. I know how to bevel. Here we go. Edge mapping in Blender.
Hello. Now I want to show you how you can, in Blender, bake curvature map from bevel modificator. We know regular method. It's make high poly model with any methods like this.
Fresnel effect. Okay, let's just check the Fresnel because I tried the Fresnel before, but that didn't work. But a Fresnel node. Ooh. Doesn't work very well. Does it need to understand the normals? Whee, hold on. Is the normals on this one just completely messed up? Or what's going on? Look at that. The normals are just a complete mess. Let me just fix that real quick here. Take those. No, that's not right. That's not... okay. Guess we're just gonna do it like this then. Damn it. There. No. Was it? There we go. Okay. That's much better. Yeah, that explains why the Fresnel node were like all weird and stuff, because the normals were just all over the place basically. So just don't do that. See, now we're getting somewhere a little bit, like the Fresnel is still a little weird. But we can kind of use that, right? If we want to have the shields. This actually would be a cool effect if we could use like a Fresnel so that when we're looking at the shield from an angle, it would be more... yeah, looking at the shield from an angle would make it more of a, like, the light bounces off, but if you look straight through, like, basically like water. I don't know. Just quickly watch this tutorial.
Traces. Add. Subdivide modificator. Add in smooth shading.
We don't want to subdivide it. That's cheating.
We see bevels. And we can bake this in normal maps. Curvature map. See, like with the color ramp, we get soft line on creases, and we.
So he uses geometry node.
Geometry input and use pointness data.
But does that work when it's like the edge of like a whole thing? A geometry node. If I just want to watch the pointness of it. I don't think that's gonna work. Come on. No. The problem is also that this is just a plane right now. So if we want like edge of plane. How to create a plane with rounded edges is not what I want. Yeah, I mean, I could solidify it. Yeah, wave texture could also work, maybe. So Shift T, Control T. There we go. Add like a mapping node, and then like normal. No, UV. Nitrogen generator seems to work okay. Rings along the Z-axis. So now we're kind of getting somewhere, because if I just take this and I just offset this so that this gets kind of like in the center. Just kind of, right? You need to do a cut. Oh, okay. Yeah, then tweak the settings so you just want a thick line. That could kind of work, I guess. But I would really like if it could do like a... Because if we look at it in game, we kind of want that like area there where it's lighting up at the edge, right? We kind of want that to be like an emission shader that goes in from the edge. So we kind of want something that can kind of... Because here I could just sit and play around with the scale until I had something that was like kind of it, but a gradient texture. And then we just need, what happens, we just reset this back to where we started. So now it just makes a gradient across the x-axis, right? Yeah, the wave texture. Okay, I have an idea. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cheat a little bit. And I'm gonna go and I'm gonna take this edge here. I'm gonna take the whole edge. Come on. Give me the edge. There we go. And then I'm gonna go and extrude that down just a little bit, like so, because now I can take this in phase mode. I can take that and make that the blue light there. So now we kind of have the blue light effect from... did it only do it on half of it? It only did it on half of it. Hold on. I'll be right back. There we go. And then take that whole edge there and then give that actually, just for good measures, let's make a new material and let's make that into an emission shader, and let's call this one force field light. There we go. So now we just have the emission shader there around the edge. Oh, did I assign it? I didn't assign it. Wonderful. So that means now that we have that light there, we just need that blue effect. And more importantly, now we should be able to do the pointiness because we have that hard edge there now. And by using the pointiness, you can now be able to detect... We should be able to detect the corners, basically. That's what I'm saying. If we go back into shading now and we take the force field effect and then just take all that and put that away, and then add the geometry node, and we then look at the pointiness and then run the pointiness through a color ramp like so. I should, by moving this now, it looks like it's doing all of it at once though. Pointedness only works in cycles. Okay. Hold on. Is my normals messed up again? No, my normals are fine. Even the edge down there is also normaled correctly. Come on. But it's still not detecting it because that material doesn't have that pointiness. So what we have to do is to go back into this, go into edge loop detection here, and then no. What am I doing here? I'm taking that and I'm going control. No, I'm going control R. Oh no, that's not working. Okay, I have a better idea. That edge there. Do we have the whole edge? Yes, we do. We're gonna extrude along the Z-axis. Just make that like way too long. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take in phase mode that loop there, and I'm gonna make that into force field. And then I'm gonna take that edge there, and we're gonna move that up so that, do that again here from a little bit further away so we have more control. Move that up so that it's like really close to. And then I can take this edge here and also move that up so that it is not so prominent. We don't have that big of a force field area. Now we have that pointiness along the edge that we want. Because now the force field is actually curving down. We get that 90-degree angle around the side. So now I would think that pointiness still not working. I do not understand. Edge detection.
Hey, what's up? My name is Mo and this is Procedure Rust in Blender. A glossy node, because that is
Okay,
our
so he sets up like a basic gloss shader
in a way that creates this texture on the edges. And the most important node for making this kind of weathering effect in Blender is the node that's under input and geometry.
Yeah.
Because the geometry node contains this outlet here that says pointiness. And that is basically the value that lets you make a mask around the edges of an object. So that's what we're going to use. But as you can see, if we plug it into the mix shader right now, nothing is happening because we first have to clamp the values to the right amount to get that edge to show up. And the way we do that is by adding another node that's called color ramp. It's under converter, color ramp, and we just insert it here. So now we can clamp this pointiness node. And it's kind of fiddly. You have to get that sweet spot.
Oh, we need to get them like real close. Okay, hold on then. So what he's saying is that instead of us just doing that, we need to hold on. So if I just use this as a constant value, basically, I should be able to have. See, there's the flip point. Boop, 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 boop. There's no gradient there at all in the pointiness. So no matter how much of like an ease in we're gonna make it, it's always gonna be the same color. I need to go into render view, okay. So now it's kind of working. Then we can see down here it says there it's very rounded and there's some stuff going on. But it's still not what we're looking for. This doesn't really work in material view. Oh, you're right. Is it our UVs that's completely messed up? Is that what's wrong here? Yeah, but what he's doing in the video is just moving them close, so he's basically getting the same effect as if we move them to constant. The only difference is he can get a slight fade across. And I can move this closer. I still don't think I will see any difference. And I could ease that in, then we can... Where is it? We are in rendered view, so that's good. Oh, of course, these move to the white side, move the wrong way here. See, now we kind of get it right, but that's not... There's some of it in one direction, so... Yeah, but I don't think we can just add loop cuts like that. I mean, let's just see what happens if I like take all these faces here and I try to insert. Oy! What on earth happened there? Hold on, did I miss a point here? Ah, I'm missing a piece down here. Oh well. How do I do this? Okay, hold on. Let me just get this thing over so it's in a more usable color. So just get like the white color back on it. Like so. Layout. I'm just gonna quickly fix that. Managed to miss a little piece down here. As you can see there, there's like a small piece missing. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna quickly fix it. We'll try to append that and see if that solves it for us. Because the topology of this is getting a little messed up. Let me just see what we get in Discord. That was that one. Sorry, Blender, edge detection Blender. There we go. You in folder. Folders on the other screen. Oh, maybe I can just go in here. Okay, just give me a second here. Let me just see if I can fix this, the topology that I messed up here first, and then I'll come back and we'll add that there. So what I'm just gonna do here is I'm gonna take that edge, that did it select the edges? I can't see anything right now. Yeah. And then subdivide it. And then basically take these, grab Y, move them out like so. I think that should be about right. Let's just get this ship back in. Yeah, looks about right. And then... no. Make a cut there. There we go. Fixed it. Maybe I'm just gonna... feel like it looked like it was a little high. That's okay. Yeah, I'll go to render view. That's okay. Oh, there it was. Just gotta make sure this is assigned to the right material. Like so. Okay. And save this. And... need to go out of edit mode. Append. Download. Edge detection blender. Append. What am I appending then? Workspace, build objects, node trees, edge detect, I guess. So now I can go into shading. What is going on here? Let me just get this in solid view mode so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, there we go. Ah, it's because it's being shaded now. There's no... oh, this is a sun lamp. What's this? Oh, the sun lamp is below it. Hold on. Let me just quickly get the... let's get the sun lamp pointing downwards. There we go. And then go back in the into the force fields, and go back into the shading, and then just gets rid of all this. And then you said I need to add edge detect. And rendered view. Ah. Edge scale. Yeah. Look at that. That is working. Nice. And we can add a little bit of noise to it. There's two frequencies. What does this frequency do? Can we get it bigger than 1, the edge scale? It kind of detects that edge there too. Okay, this was what, like 4.5. So scatter this. Can open the group. How do I... oh. Okay, hold on a mess. Oh, it like overlays itself. Okay, how is this done then? Okay, let me see. It has all kinds of mapping nodes, so it maps. Hey, Christian became a Patreon. Welcome. Oh, I think it might be this one then. Frame. This one is frame. This one is frame. Oh, he didn't name the frame anything. Oh, that would have been helpful. I feel like there should be a color ramp or something. I'm just moving stuff around right now. And then we have like a floating mix shader here. The small... So basically we have the group input, we have the edge scale there, and that goes to this value here, which is then added with 0, and it goes into this. So if I basically add more, here we go. There we go, look at that. Now we just need to make it determine, like, get that line away. So I can like say how powerful should the shield be, right? Now it's way too powerful for what we want to do. But somewhere around like 10 is maybe pretty good. That's a beautiful mask. Maybe 10 is even too much actually. What about like 8? Okay, but there must be a way. We're really close now. I just want to get this line away down here at the bottom, where the shield kind of like curves out a bit. I want to have somewhere, there must be somewhere I can detect. So I think what I'll do now is I'll just play around with it until I figure out where I can change it, and just mess around with all the values. And then at some point I'll go back, I'll add in a fresh one so I know, now I know that I have to go up to this node here, this add node, in order to control the size of the bevels. Which is perfect. So now I just need to figure out where I can detect how... Like, oh, there's some bevel node here. What if I change this sample rate? Ah, I set this sample rate up. Ah, we're getting somewhere. We're close now. Yeah, it's because if you look at it in layout view here. Oh, hello. What happened there? Why is it shining? Oh, because we have the viewer node on. Hold on. Okay, I get it. Let me just go back in here. Oh, that's the material view. Okay. Oh, they're like simulating light or something. That's really interesting. No, but if you look at it in solid view, you can see there is actually a really hard edge there, a relatively hard edge. You know what? I'm just gonna solve that in an easy way. I'm just gonna cheat. It's a little bit of messiness here. Ah, okay, that kind of messed that up a bit. Yeah, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna take this and then basically like subdivide it a few times. Just grab that, put that out there. Grab that and put that out there. And then I'm gonna take in edge mode that edge and that edge. Actually just take these here and put them even closer. And then just take that edge and that edge. And then bevel those like so. So if I go to rendered view now, I made it even worse. God damn it, Astro. That didn't work. Let's just get rid of that again. You can also see this line there and there. We are really, really close right now. There must be somewhere where it detects this. Nope, it's not there. And it's not there. Is it my layout that just like it's completely messed up here? Just gonna, for good measures again, check my normals. I just want to see. Merge vertices. Is that center? No. No, why can't I undo this? Are you kidding me? It won't let me undo it. I was just wondering if we made up, like, if I messed up with selected some of the wrong vertices at some point. Oh well, we're just gonna quickly make it again. It wasn't that difficult to do. Just get the Majestic class back. Oh, look at those normals. Oh, that's, maybe they're okay. Oh, okay, they're okay. Just looked like all the normals were like messed up on the model here, but it's actually okay. Let's just edit. And oh, that's annoying. Why is it so difficult to make a force field? Where was it? There it is. There's the opening. Now we're getting there. Now we begin to know what we're, like, kind of know what we're doing. Ish. Ah, okay. Let's go in there. Let's click on that. Let's just, like, orientate ourselves to that vertex there. And then just begin rebuilding it. Because what I'm fearing is if I at some point like got that vertex and sometimes got that vertex, so maybe it's like sheared at some points. I'm fearing something like that could have happened. So I'm gonna be a little more careful this time around. that one right? Yeah, this looks right. It's annoying that it didn't let me undo that. Normally you can always just try things and then... Is it that one down there? No, it's this one up here, I feel like. Let me see. Yeah, no. It is that. It's not that one. It is that one there. Because that one goes up to this area there. That's right. So it's that one there. And face. And that one. Verify. Up here there's not that many vertices I can select incorrectly. And face. Slowly but surely. Ah, okay, there's a blue frame. Okay, got it. I'll look at it when we get back into the shader here in a second. I'm just gonna quickly rebuild my my force field. F. The good thing is, once we figure this out, it should be easy enough to do with all the other, because there's a lot of force fields on this model. And once we learn this, it's gonna be interesting to see. There's like a lot of stuff here, so it's that one, and it is that one. That one, and that one, and that one, and face, and that one, and that one. Face, that one, that one, that one, that one, and face, and then the final triangle face. There, and then we just need to take this and all of this, and remember that little last one there. Can just click P. Can I just click P now and then to selection, to object? I can. Very nice. So now I'm back to this. Hold on, let's just try something here. What if I just add the force field texture to this right now? Okay, so this is probably my normals that are messed up again. So let's just check those. Yep. There we go. Flip those normals. And look at it now. And remove that. It's still not a super happy camper, but let's just go into the shading here. Let's see what we can do. Oh, right, because we haven't built the actual edge yet. For it to, like, work with. So if I just go into here, take that, extrude along set, make like the tiniest edge, extrude along set, make like a slightly bigger edge. This one we can kind of like... Oh, is this actually in use? Okay. faces all assign force fields. Accent. Where's my force field light? There we go. Yeah, we can maybe bevel it. I'll just... hold on, it's done it again, hasn't it? God damn it, it has. So now I have the full thing. All is assigned to force fields. Add the force field light. And it goes all the way around. It goes all the way around this time. Assign that. Okay, so now we go just for fun here. Go to material view. It's very bright. Go to rendered view. Okay, now we're back where we were before. So we gotta save that. And then you set in shading. If we select one of that, then what did you say? You say you said blue frame divide factor. Okay, blue frame. This is here. And there should be a division, and there's a factor there. Ah, yeah, there we go. So you just pull that back. I can probably pull it way back, because it's a very hard edge that I have there. There we go. Oh, no. Might have done it a little bit. Now it's not detecting a proper edge of there. There. I kind of like it there. There we go. I'm just gonna go back here just for like one last time, check my normals. They look fine to me. Okay, so now we can go back into shading. Now how do I close this box again? Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the size of the force field. I feel like it's pretty representative of what we have in game, size-wise. Maybe it needs to be a little bit bigger. So maybe that one should have been 10, really. There we go, that's fine. So how do I get out of this? How do I close this again? Yeah, there's a large imbalance there. I know. And I don't know why it is. But I'm just gonna call that a slightly broken shield emitter. There you go. I don't know how to close this thing down again. I can move these boxes around. Edge detect. Node context menu. Edit group. Collapse and hide unused sockets. Ungroup duplicate. I have no idea. Anyone? Arrow at the top. Ah. Oh, well, that worked. Okay. So now we're just going to use this as basically as an alpha channel. I think what I want to do is just to quickly go in here to the layout, and just while we're playing around with it, I'm just going to add a plane. Did it add? No. Let's go. Oh god, what did I do now? Did I actually add a plane somewhere? I did. And my cursor is also in a really weird position. There we go. Get away with that. Get that face thing away out of edit mode. And then add a plane, which is still at the cursor, which is still weird, but okay. And I'm just gonna quickly give this a, like, let's just call it like the body white material. So it's just so that when we're in shading mode, we kind of have something to, like a backdrop, something we can look at to make it easier to see the effect. Okay, so now that we have that, basically this is just our mask. So the next thing we need to do is we need to begin to kind of build that, like, bluish color, and then it has like, yeah.
Eat a like that like button.
Thanks a lot, Gerogi Bar, for the donation. And yeah, guys, if you are enjoying the stream, please go down and give it a like. So now that we have that running for us, I think we should just like try to build. So what I want to do now is actually just want to put this node here aside. We're going to use that as a mask later. And then just add like a, it's very simple here, like just add a noise texture. And add like a color ramp. That's not a color ramp. Color ramp, like so. Factor into the factor. Color into the viewer so we can see it. And then what we want is like, what is the darkest color we want? The darkest color is like a deep bluish purple. So we're gonna change this to like something like more purple. I feel like that's too purple. Maybe a little bit lighter. Something like this I feel like is some of the darkest we want. And some of the lightest we want is still blue, but it's really close to white. So I'm just gonna go out and give it like, pull that back a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit more prominent, I think, in this color. A little more saturation. But I still want it to be light. So try something like that. And kind of look at the color scheme. This is too purple. I feel like it's a little bit too purple. So just gonna pull them slightly more up that direction there. And same with this one, slightly more up in that. That's kind of... I will, Peter. Thanks a lot. So now that we have that, then we kind of need to get the scale of this right. And they're kind of like streaks going in. I don't know how we do that. But if we pull up the details of the texture here, and the roughness is kind of like there, is probably fine. If we distort it, we can begin to get this like almost if it's like water-y texture. And then I think if we take that, plug that in there. If we take this and plug this into the base color of this, and we just pull the roughness way down, and then we take this here and plug that into the transmission. Or the alpha channel. Yeah, it's kind of there. I just need to add another color ramp. I feel like it should be transmission. Let's just try without a base color and just see if we can get the transparency right. Okay, let's just try to basically make glass. Oh, hold on, I know. Is this because this should go... so it has to go into the... no, it's not a volume, so it doesn't... That's not it. Color into color. Yeah, exactly. We need to start to make the whole object transparent to start with. And all that would mean that is transmission, but it still has... Oh. Oh, I thought Blender crashed there for a second. But even when you do that, and you put this up at like 1 again. Oh, there we go. 1. It was the that one. Now it's a transparent object. Look at that. And if I pull the transparency back, it becomes opaque. So if I take this now and put this into the transmission, and if I just make a multiply node here, why is this is kind of working? It should be transparent along the edges, which it is. Why don't we just put this up to something big, like 1,000? It needs to be much bigger, apparently. It's not really working, is it? It's weird. Like whatever color this is putting out. You see, it got the colors. Okay, hold on. What if we just plug that into the transmission now? It becomes black. Oh, hold on. I need to plug that. Hold on. I need to plug that in there. Okay. So there. Okay, so if I plug this into the transmission now, like so, we can see if this goes to... If this wasn't plugged in, if this goes to 1, it goes transparent completely, which I wanted to do along the edges. So what happens if I open this up again, and then goes back to that node there, that add node, where I added 8. But if I just keep expanding this, we can kind of see the little bit here. No, that was just the size of it. That's not it. Maybe a mix shader, but we still only have the one shader. I just don't know what the range of this is. Map range, value, boom, go in there, and result goes in there. That should have done nothing so far. But if I begin to map from a smaller area, I should begin to see more and more transmissions here. Yeah, you see, it's beginning to pop up more and more. And the problem is it's now being transparent at the edge, but not here, so it needs to put in an inverter. See? And if I then put in the color, damn it, it's so close. Nah. I need it to be not there at all. It needs to be basically glass. I know what I have to do. I know what I have to do. Hold on. I need to take and make a mix RGB node and plug that in there. And then let's just unplug this here and just make it like not transparent at all. And plug that in there. And let's just quickly see. Because what I need this to be the other way around. No, but I need that inverter node. We're just going to steal that. Plug that in there. So there we go. Because now it's going to have the colors along the edge. Now it's really weird, this one. Hold on, what is on earth is going on? Okay, I'm just gonna do it, instead of doing it with an inverter, because the inverter is weird, I'm gonna do it with a color ramp instead. You can use that to use that to flip the colors as well. So just take that into the color, and now we should have the exact same thing. So if I just make this one white and this one black. What? Why is it not inverted? It kind of is. No, I do not work at FDev. Run the edge detection directly into the alpha mix. Into the alpha and mix with a gradient hold on. Let me just, because this is getting really weird. So get rid of that. So you say run the edge detect directly into the alpha mix. Yeah, but it needs to be the transmission, right? That's where we found out that this goes to the transmission. But the weird thing is, look at this. I have a transmission now, and you can see here now the transmission is 0, and it's completely opaque. And if I put the transmission up, it becomes completely transparent. And that's exactly what I want. Right, so I have that, which is great. But if I run this here into the emission shader, no, not the emission, into the transmission, now it is opaque in the middle and it's slightly transparent at the edges. So that's kind of like flipped on its head. It should be the other way around. So I tried with an inversion node, I tried with like a mapping node, and I just... We did kind of get it to work with the mapping node, right? Yeah, but alpha, we can try alpha. Did you try to change the transmission roughness? No, I haven't, but it's worth a try. Anything is worth a try at the moment. Yeah, okay, so transmission roughness just makes it like more like frosted. Luminosity of the edge lighting. Perhaps. Hold on, body white. Strength 0. So now that is not doing anything, that's for sure. It could be that you're actually right, that may actually have something to do with it. So let's get rid of that to start with. So now again we get the effect. Put that in there. Put it into the alpha. We're actually kind of there with the alpha. And I just need to map the range a bit, I think. Should be mapped from 1 to 0, so we're just gonna like yeah, the problem with this is we are creating a noise trap, but I can solve that later. Okay, just to make this a little easier. Add a math node, boom, plug that in there. Multiply with like 1,000, okay. Is the minimum value we need to play around with? Oh, here we go. So what happens if I plug in the color now? It's just... Why is the color not showing now? Because I don't need that mix anymore. That goes there. And now this goes into the alpha. Oh, we're close now. I just need this to be a little bit more prominent. Hold on, can I maybe just... What if I just completely omit all this stuff here? Plug it straight into the alpha. Then go into this. And now I'll just play around with this size of the bevels here. Put it up to like 25. So there we kind of have it of the effects. I want it to be bigger. But then it also becomes more like faded. I want it to be more like visible than it is right now. I wish there were a way where you could see the range that the numbers were in, because I don't have a feeling for it right now. I don't have a feeling for like the numbers that comes out of this shader. Are they from like 0 to 1? Are they from like 0 to 0.1? Are they from 0 to 1,000? Or from a minus 1,000 to... Like, I can't see that anywhere. And I don't think there's any way that actually shows that. I just kind of want to go and just hide the plane, put the ship back in, and then kind of see what it looks like. Come on. Hold on, just go to solid mode while we move the camera around. You know what? It's not terrible. I really would like that to be a little bit more prominent. But it's not terrible. Yeah, okay, the edge light source, we can, hold on, I did go and, like, disable that completely, so just put that back in. I think I know what, we can maybe make this a little bit more... If I add just just like a little bit of roughness to this. Let there be light. Yeah, I'm just gonna play around with the lights a little bit now. Like pump that up to a little bit more aggressive. Okay, it more looks like there's actually a light strip around it, which actually looks okay. But one thing did you notice how much noise there were? And look at how much, like, it blurs out in there compared to the amount of detail there actually is if we remove this plane here. Just jump out of that. You can see that there is actually like some steps and things in there that just like completely gets blurred out. And the problem is with these kind of things is when you're sending light through it, is we are creating a noise trap. So I need to go and fix that, but there's an easy fix for it that I can show you. I'm just going to show it from another project I did. Product shot. Just open this one up. This is a project I did for a it's been like some product shots from like some wellness projects, that kind of thing. It's a massive project. It takes a bit to open. There we go. So I like modeled a full little like bathroom, and part of the bathroom is that we have like there's some windows up here, and if we go into the shading and take a look at here we go, better glass. I think it's the Blender Guru who made this. I just got it from there. And the idea with this is that problem is if you just have glass, every time you have a glass surface, when light passes through it, it adds noise in cycles, and as light just bounces through the glass, it just be more noise, and at the end you just create basically like a noise trap where you just get a ton of noise. And he made this whole node setup. Where you have a transparent shader there, and you have a glossy shader that kind of adds like the reflection effect if you want it as a glass surface. And I think we can get away with taking this transparent BDF shader here and replace that with the one we have from like the BDF shader we have. I think. Yes, I do have an education as an astrophysicist. I have a master's degree in astrophysics. The rendered view. This might take a while. Give it a second. There's some pretty insane textures on this one. Hold on, maybe I actually have a finished render of it. That would probably be a lot easier. Yeah, there we go. That's the finished render. No, I didn't use 8K textures. I just have a lot of textures. I think they are 3 or 4K. Like, I have different like tests with it doing. See, that's the glass I was working with. Where I kind of wanted the whole. I wanted like the reflection, but I didn't want the glass to be like add too much noise to the picture. So I was experimenting with that. Experimented with some trees as well, clearly. But that was the final shot we ended up doing. This is a really fun project. Modeled all the products myself, and I think the sink I just got online, but as you can see, this takes quite a bit of time to render. But it was fun. There's a lot of modeling that's got into this. I even like modeled like the knobs for the bathroom, and I modeled a like rainfall shower thing. All the little like clamps that holds the screen door in place are modeled. You can see I modeled all the like spotlights at the top. Has also been installed and have actual like light sources in them that bounces light around in the room. And then added this little recessed window here where light can also stream in. And there's even some lights in the floor. You can't even see it in the final render. I should probably move the camera around just to give you a more interesting view. That's maybe not the products itself, but more of the room itself, because it's actually I'm pretty proud of the room. I think it came out pretty well. So if we take it like that, and you know what, before it starts that render, I'm just gonna go and dump that down to something. So it's not gonna be like, it's gonna be a little noisy, but it's gonna render a lot quicker. Still needs to load everything. There we go. I can see it's a lot faster now. I'm just recreating. First of all, thanks for the donation. I'm just recreating the ships because it's fun, and maybe do some animation with them at some point. There you go. So not the highest, and you can see like I really want to do something different with the floor. I don't like it being the same as everything else. And if you want to do the full room, I think I needed to put like some towels and stuff over here on the wall. To kind of sell the room a little bit more. But since we were just doing the sink, at the beginning I modeled all this because I wasn't sure what would be in frame. So I did all the little stones down here, and I did the plants up here and all that. And it came out pretty well, I think. But it is a pretty sparse room. There's not a lot in it. But since we ended up just doing the like face on the product shot there as the final one, then it wasn't really needed. Have I entered? No. I'm actually my render settings are actually quite interesting. Let me see here. Preferences. So you can see here when you do CUDA, that means GPU rendering. You can choose. Normally you could just have your graphics card, but I've actually chosen to do it both on the graphics card and the CPU, and that's why when you see here when I render, you will see there will be a lot of squares here in the middle that starts out. That doesn't do a whole lot. That's the CPU. They move very slow, but there's a lot of them. Because it do one per core. However, you also see there's one other square that just goes like duk, 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 and just finishes tiles very, very quickly. That's the graphics card. So you can see all the tiles there in the middle working slow. That's the CPU. And then you have the graphics card just like chugging along here really, really fast. Now the CPU is now working up here, and the graphics card is still just chugging along. So the graphics card is way faster, but just because I can run it in parallel, I can get significantly faster render time by splitting out the workload between both the CPU and the graphics card at the same time. Yeah, I'm not really happy with the floor. At first I had a wooden floor in there. I didn't like that. But again, at the end of the day, what we ended up with was just to do like a shot, something like that, right? And because of that, when we rendered that out, there's not a whole lot in that shot where you can really see a lot of the back wall. You can't see a lot of the wall or anything. So I didn't want to. It would be a shame if I spent like 2 days trying to model model like a nice looking towel that ended up never being in frame. No, most of the textures I got from Polygon. But all the... So what I've modeled is the whole room myself. The textures I got from Polygon, and the products, of course, I modeled from scratch myself. So these were just completely modeled from scratch. And then I just sent, the guy who sells the products, he just sends over basically the labels in like a picture of the labels. So I just wrap those around myself as well. Yeah, came out pretty well. But I need to figure out what we do with that force field because it's not good the way it is right now. Just look how noisy it is in that area compared to outside, and that's because it's a noise trap. It just traps noise in that area, and it means it becomes when like there's a smoothing algorithm that's running on it, but you can see how much it's smoothed out. You can't even see the steps down there anymore because it's just lost in the noise. I would... What's the ring supposed to do on the capital ship? If you look at it in game, it's like... hold on, I'm just gonna do it with my ship instead. I'll at least get my ship up here so that I can at least go in and look at it without it giving us issues. So you can see down there inside the ring, there are like footpaths that goes along. It's not super high res, but you can kind of see them down there where there are like walking paths and like a garden and stuff like that in there. So the idea would be when the ship is not in a dock and it's actually in use and it's not full of holes as it is right now, and the whole ring would be rotating. And just basically like a habitation ring. So people could walk here on the inside, and you can see down there, there's like housing there. So if you look at it from... Actually, let's just do that little trick there. That was not fast enough. There we go. So if we just like moved ourselves into the ring, you can kind of imagine this, right? That you're standing down here, you're walking along these footpaths, and you can kind of see that, and you have like habitation out here. That's like apartments, people living there. You could then look up, and you can look into the capital ship above you, and yeah. Yeah, exactly. This would be artificial gravity. But yeah, like you can kind of begin to get a feeling for it when you look at it like this, how big this thing actually is. And I think it's cool because this area out here is a as you can see here, embassy dock. So this would have, if you have like VIPs docking on the ship, then they would go in here, in through those doors here, right? And they will then come into what's supposed to be like a docking hangar in here, something like that. So they could send a little shuttle in, they could dock in there, and then they would have direct access here up to that habitation ring, or they could take this footpath here, I guess, which leads them up towards the cockpit, or the bridge of the ship and all that stuff up here, right? And I would guess that'd be the main guest area would be you're docking there, and then you're kind of either in that ring there, or you take that footbridge up to the bridge. The rest of the ship, all this down here, I kind of imagine that being like crew quarters mainly. So this is where all the personnel on board, the normal visitors, or the normal personnel would live. Both because it means they have direct access to all the all the turrets that are in this area, and we have all the fighter deploying hangars here. This is where they deploy fighters from, with all these slots here. Yeah, it should be spinning quite fast. I mean, I don't know how you would... I mean, there are ways around it. I mean, you can see here, apart from that fact that we actually have windows here, which is a little weird. But you could, if you wanted to, imagine you have this ring spinning relatively quickly and you want to get into the ring. What you could have is, imagine you are like in an elevator, and the elevator is now fixed to the the outer part of the ship, and it is then running on wheels on the ring. So the ring is rotating below it, and the undercarriage of the elevator then has like wheels that's running on it, on like rails. Then the elevator is released from the outer hull of the ship, and that means that now, because like the natural friction in the wheel, the elevator will slowly begin to accelerate around with it. It won't be like it just clamps on, you get that sudden acceleration, but slowly it would begin to pick up, and then it could then gradually get up to speed and match rotation speed with the ring. And I know that would be really weird, because you would be going from 0G into a box, and then all of a sudden that would go... And that would then all of a sudden go from 0G, and you will begin to get the gravity, and yeah, it would be weird, I know. Since we don't have artificial gravity in Elite. But I don't know, I'm just guessing here, but I feel that's how it should work. Yeah. So how far did we get with our little ship here? Just do a quick... Now, we've spent a lot of time on this force field, and it didn't really turn out well. I want to work more on the force field at some point, but it's not going to be now because it's 2 AM. What's that plane? Oh, that was the test plane. We can delete that. The force field is very bright. This was the top, front, force. I'm making both underscores, and let's just try to make this like more top, front, force, field. There we go. Put that there. So even though we didn't get that far with the actual shading of the ship, I'm glad we actually got started on the force fields. But obviously they need a lot more work. And this thing here is also needing a ton of work. As you can see here, if we go into a rendered view, the textures are not really there yet. It's just blank colors at the moment. So they need to have a lot of work. If you're either already proficient with Blender yourself, or if you want to pick up on, or you want to begin learning Blender and get into to helping out with the project, by all means, I will be uploading this file to our Discord server in the Blender section. So if anybody want to pick this up and like either play around with the shaders themselves, play around with the force field, something like that, they're more than welcome to it. If you have something cool, like please do send it back. Yeah, exact. And then we'll see where it goes. I don't know how long. It's probably going to take me quite a while to get this thing finished. It's a rather large ship, it's a pretty big project, but I think it's doable, and hopefully we're gonna get some cool shots. And I'm looking forward to beginning to actually modeling the like the actual bridge itself when we get to that later. I don't believe that there's anything modeled in there at the moment. Just double checking here. Where's the bridge? There it is. Or am I missing this? Hold on. No. It's completely empty in here, as you can see. So at some point I need to go and model the bridge as well once the rest of the ship here has been modeled too. But that's gonna take quite a while. Again, if you do want to get in on the project, then by all means come over on Discord and do that. But anyway, I'm gonna call the stream for today. I think it was pretty fun, and it's always nice getting some Blender streams going. I really hope you enjoyed the live stream. If you did, do go ahead and give a like. And next scheduled live stream is gonna be Tuesday, which will be a little bit earlier than possible. I'll talk more about that in Hello Dave on Monday. I'll probably be streaming half an hour earlier. So do stay tuned for that. It's going to be an Elite Dangerous live stream, and it's going to be something a little special on Tuesday, so I hope I'll see you there. Thanks for watching. Until next time, I'll see you guys in space.